check test, check, check sound test, check sound test, check sound test. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic testing. 1, 2, 3. This is audio video testing. Check test, mic test. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is audio video testing. हाँ यही डेली असर ना check test check.
हेलो चेक. हेलो हेलो चेक. हेलो. मूवमेंट ठीक है ना, अंदर बीच में रहेगा तो. हेलो हेलो चेक.
You are part of a digital revolution at this time. You are in a moment of history when technology is revolutionizing industry and transforming lives.
Basically, my point is you give women the privileges. They will also know that privileges and responsibilities go hand in hand, and it will be like a bird, with both wings flying.
Whilst we focus our attention on women during this week in March, my key message is it needs to happen every day. We need to embrace not only women, but diversity in all its shapes, forms, and beauty.
It's about being that, consistent belief in you, not giving up because somebody else is saying so. If you believe in it, keep moving forward and it will happen at some point in time.
The right thing, be kind, and do what works. That is the company's motto, and we have been following that, and it's been a great mantra for customer success.
You are part of a digital revolution at this time. You are in a moment of history when technology is revolutionizing industry and transforming lives.
Basically, my point is you give women the privileges. They will also know that privileges and responsibilities go hand in hand, and it will be like a bird, with both wings flying.
Whilst we focus our attention on women during this week in March, my key message is it needs to happen every day. We need to embrace not only women, but diversity in all its shapes, forms, and beauty.
It's about being that, consistent belief in you, not giving up because somebody else is saying so. If you believe in it, keep moving forward and it will happen at some point in time.
The right thing, be kind, and do what works. That is the company's motto, and we have been following that, and it's been a great mantra for customer success.
You are part of a digital revolution at this time. You are in a moment of history when technology is revolutionizing industry and transforming lives.
Basically, my point is you give women the privileges. They will also know that privileges and responsibilities go hand in hand, and it will be like a bird, with both wings flying.
Whilst we focus our attention on women during this week in March, my key message is it needs to happen every day. We need to embrace not only women, but diversity in all its shapes, forms, and beauty.
It's about being that, consistent belief in you, not giving
Hello.
up because somebody else is saying so. If you believe in it, keep moving forward. and
All
it
right,
will
so
happen at some point.
we request everyone to please settle down. We'll be starting in another 5 minutes. Thank you for the lights. Okay, so we are starting in another 5 minutes, requesting everyone to settle down. If we are waiting for people who have just stepped out, we can ask them to please join us. Thank you.
You are part of a digital revolution at this time. You are in a moment of history when technology is revolutionizing industry and transforming lives.
Basically, my point is you give women the privileges. They will also know that privileges and responsibilities go hand in hand, and it will be like a bird, with both wings flying.
Whilst we focus our attention on women during this week in March, my key message is it needs to happen every day. We need to embrace not only women, but diversity in all its shapes, forms, and beauty.
It's about being that, consistent belief in you, not giving up because somebody else is saying so. If you believe in it, keep moving forward and it will happen at some point in time.
The right thing, be kind, and do what works. That is the company's motto, and we have been following that, and it's been a great mantra for customer success.
You are part of a digital revolution at this time. You are in a moment of history when technology is revolutionizing industry and transforming lives.
Basically, my point is you give women the privileges. They will also know that privileges and responsibilities go hand in hand, and it will be like a bird, with both wings flying.
Whilst we focus our attention on women during this week in March, my key message is it needs to happen every day. We need to embrace not only women, but diversity in all its shapes, forms, and beauty.
It's about being that, consistent belief in you, not giving up because somebody else is saying so. If you believe in it, keep moving forward and it will happen at some point in time.
The right thing, be kind, and do what works. That is the company's motto, and we have been following that, and it's been a great mantra for customer success.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Good morning and welcome to the NuWE 2023 International Women's Day event. We are all here today to celebrate women who have broken stereotypes and who have made a mark for themselves in the fields of finance and technology. I am Ashika.
And I'm Suraj, and we are your hosts for the day. So Ashika, you mentioned about NuWE. So can you tell us what is it all about?
So what's new? Well, everything about 3i is new. Newly carved out after 3 decades of our presence in the IT space, we are now digital transformation partners in the new digital era. Our solutions suite is NuRay and more. It's a new ray of hope in the post-pandemic darkness. So in line with the new brand, we coined NuWE. We standing for Women Empowered at 3i. And and also an all-inclusive we, where the yin and yang of gender-agnostic workforce work together as one team, one dream, and one passion. Let me take you through an interesting video on NuWE.
So
can we have the video, please?
The NuWE video. So if you can see the logo is mentioned, right? So new, you might wonder it's the new as in the Naya new. So it's yes, and we is everyone together. That's how the NuWE is formed. All right, so I guess we'll watch that wonderful video in some time from now. But it definitely speaks about how, we embody the vision of gender-inclusive future. We at 3i Infotech carry the responsibility towards building not just an equal space, but also equally balanced community. And the sense of responsibility is advocated by our leadership team itself. So let's hear it from our global CEO and Managing Director, Mr. Thompson P. Gnanam. Well, though he could not make it in person, but we definitely have a message from him with us today. So can we watch the message from Mr. Thompson? So I'd also like to take this moment to thank all the wonderful people who have come here. So just so that we know each other, we have our own 3i employees who are sitting over here, and they come from different departments from the 3i offices. So I'd like to personally thank all of you for making time from all your busy schedule and work, and also to our esteemed guests who have joined us. We have journalists and speakers who will be part of the panel discussion. So thank you once again. This thanks also goes to the people. Okay. So this is the NuWE video that we were talking about.
Good morning, everyone, and a very happy NuWE 2023 to all you all. I would have loved to be there in person, but I'm glad to connect virtually. In the spirit of NuWE, I want to share with you a few exciting updates about our company's progress towards a more inclusive and an empowering workplace. First and foremost, our core values of trust and integrity remain at the forefront of our operations. We believe that building trust with our employees, clients, partners is an essential to achieving our goals and creating an impact in the industry. Secondly, we recognize the importance of flexible work environment that accommodates the diverse needs of our employees. Founded, of course, on the core principles of integrity and trust. By embracing new technologies and modernizing our work processes, we strive to provide a supportive and an adaptive work culture for all. Thirdly, we are committed to promoting diversity at all levels of our organization. We believe that diversity enriches our perspective, helps us better serve our clients and communities. Our goal is to create a gender agnostic team where everyone feels valued, included, and empowered to contribute their best. One area where we are making significant impact in our efforts to support moms returning to work. We recognize the challenges that many mothers face when transitioning back to work after taking time off to care for their loved ones. By bridging the technology gap and offering leadership development programs, we hope to enable women to confidently return to the workplace and achieve their career aspirations. Finally, I'm proud to announce that the launch last year of our new women-empowered NuWE initiative is now a culture, a way of life, an evolving year-long program, not just a day. NuWE represents our commitment to empowering women with our company and beyond. This year, throughout online contests, powerful panels, offline events, we aim to celebrate inspiring stories, providing mentorship and create a platform for discussion and collaboration. With Ogilvy championing our campaign, we are confident that we will bring far-reaching outcomes, including visibility, branding, and talent acquisition. At 3i Infotech, we believe that by fostering culture of trust, integrity, inclusivity, and empowerment, we create a workforce, a workplace where everyone feels valued, supported, and able to reach their full potential. Thank you for your support in helping us achieve this goal.
Well, as Thompson spoke about diversity, I'm reminded of an analogy. So it is said that diversity is an act and inclusion is an intent. So diversity is when you actually invite diverse individuals to a party, and inclusion is when you actually make the space comfortable for them to join you and dance in the party, and also not judge them for their different moves. So that's about diversity and inclusion that Thompson was talking about, that we also then create policies and processes in the organizations which enable women employees to work, to thrive in a working environment. Well, we now have the NuWE video. Okay. All right, probably we'll play that later during the day. We now proceed with the keynote address. I welcome Dr. Aruna Sharma, Non-Executive Director, 3i Infotech. She will share her insights on how women can achieve empowerment and success in technology, finance, and in public service. She's joining us virtually.
Hello. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, can you hear
We
me?
have Dr. Aruna Sharma with us.
Right, should I start? Hello all.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, hello all.
Hello.
So it's really, really wonderful that I'm talking to each one of you through the new technology media, that is the virtual connectivity, which got quite accelerated during the pandemic and effectively used now for persons who want to physically join you but is not able to. So we're very, very happy to hear all of you and the priorities you are taking into your workplace. The topic, gender equality, and I like the word equality because when you are a professional, when you are climbing the ladder, you are not asking for a differentiated treatment. What you are asking is equality, but also creating arrangements for your special needs. And that is what any company has to look forward. And your CEO very categorically mentioned about it when he said it will be an agnostic, but yet encouraging, participative, inclusive. So that is the attitude on which any company or individual has to look forward to proceed. Here I like to flag few things when you're talking and you're focusing on technological environment for women. You will find that women are blessed with some of the qualities, that is tenacity, systemic logical thinking, then perceiving the futuristic possibilities. But then that is accelerated or imbibed with knowledge, education, and training, and that makes them perfect. So once you are in a field and you are climbing the pyramid, you are climbing on your capability, you are climbing on your equity, you are climbing it to go ahead and be a big achiever. The technology has enabled you for your special needs for work from home when you are upbringing your children at the initial stages, which the kind of opportunity which is now available to you and should be availed of. Now, looking at this, when you look at the technological empowerment, these are the qualities you can easily acquire and upscale yourself, constant learning, you can do it, and be equally competent when you are moving ahead into it. Another thing which I would like to talk about is the second topic on which you're working on, the financial empowerment of women. The entire process of financial inclusion, if you say, it enabled women to have access. And here I will like to define access in two ways. In one way, you talk of having access, that okay, you have financial empowerment, you have an account, you are able to operate, but gaining access is whether you understand and you have the financial literacy, whether you are able to contribute into the financial literacy, whether you are able to draw, deposit, save, get the credit, increase your credible account or credit accounts, and that is what is going to make the whole difference. And this financial inclusion, you have made it easy by bringing in the digital transformation through digital payment mechanisms, through digital saving mechanisms, through digital growing mechanisms, and of course, giving these solutions, starting from the fintech to that of the MIS, to that of an access, and having access, gaining access, the new projects which you are working upon will also enable people to have more and more access by using the digital technology to your clients. And that is where the entire innovation and the changes are happening, and in which you have an opportunity to be a contributor, which is fantastic. Now, here, when we went about this gaining access concept, we worked on the concept of 5 kilometer radius. So it is not just the brick and mortar, which you should have 5 kilometer radius. But if you look at it, you know, you had a sense of security when you work upon it. You have the services provision which you work upon it. You have the faith which you work upon it. And any failure now today as a norm of working can be a disaster when you're moving ahead with it. So in the sense, when you look at it, like today, it has given opportunity for women entrepreneurs to connect through e-commerce, to connect through digital money, to ensure the way you are going ahead with it. And this has really sort of broken the ice ceiling for many of the women who were hesitant to become a part of the force. But having said that, I will also say India has a long way to travel. Today, our women working force percentage is very, very low, and that is one of the reasons for our non climbing up of higher numbers in our GDP growth or in the inclusive growth. The women participation on equity is going to make the whole difference. And yes, in the digital world, that is the future. If you look at it, if your day begins with the digital world, starting from your entire finance transactions, the way you are moving ahead with it, your entire finance dealings you are doing with it, which requires a high level of cyber in these two topics to deliberate upon through the day, and then you will have to work upon it by anticipating, by bringing NuWE becoming the spinal cord of the new ray, by bringing out innovative products, by bringing not just services. The client which the new ray is planning to do is the products. So what kind of an ideas from the user perspective you can bring it on table is something we all are looking forward. So wish you all success for today's event, and of course look forward to meet each one of you in due course of time. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Aruna, for your wonderful insights and also throwing some light on how financial and technological empowerment can really help women in thriving in life in general. Okay.
Well, we also have Isha Farah Qureshi joining us directly from Dubai. She's an entrepreneur and technology expert specializing in metaverse. Hello, Isha, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes, we can.
You're audible.
Amazing. All right. A very good morning, everyone. I hope you all are doing great. And I can sense the energy from there, though I'm like, kilometers away, but I could still sense the energy which is happening in the room over there. So a very happy Women's Day. And I should say that, shouldn't be just for one single day, and it should be ongoing. So very happy Women's Day to everybody, every single day. I think that makes more sense, right? So I'm so excited to see and hear about NuRay and NuWE, which is a super initiative for empowering womanhood. I believe not every company come forward with such an idea to support. Especially, I was feeling so much happy inside when Sir Thompson mentioned about mother returning back to the work after maternity, which is one of the biggest challenge that every woman face today in any industry for that matter, especially in technology. When you know that if you take a break of 3 months, 4 months, technologies keep updating. Every single day something comes up new. Today if it is cloud, tomorrow it's AI. Now AI is getting outdated. There is something like metaverse. So every single day it's growing. So to catch up with that constant change after a break, every time women need to struggle and put extra effort. So that kind of a training, leadership, and everything which comes into the picture, this is very important. Especially being in technology, there is one more advantage for a woman is that even before you getting into a labor room, you can still be online. You can still send an email, come back after the delivery, and reply back to the email. I'm sure some of you would have already experienced in the life. I have personally done that. So that's the power of technology. So now let me come to the point that what is empowerment? So we say a lot like women empowerment of the girl child, empowering the community, empower yourself. So, but what exactly does empowerment means? We talk a lot about it. So in simple word, I could say that it is self-realization. You realizing yourself, your self-worth, your confidence within you, your skill, your ability, understanding your potential, and knowing how do you align that for your success and the goal. And that's as simple as that, called empowerment. So if you empower yourself, only then you will be able to empower others. So this is so important to focus on yourself first, to know where your potential is and how to bring that potential out so that you can empower others, so that you can empower a community. There are two kinds of people in the world, leaders and followers. And every time, everybody loves to follow a leader. But a real leader is someone who can convert a follower into another leader. And that's what we need to do as a women here. Right. And I should also thank at this point of time all the men who support women as well, because it always goes hand in hand. It's required that support of the entire community to empower her. So when we talk about technology, we as a technology company empowering her with technology. Now, why technology? There are two reasons why I always say that technology is one of the most important tools to empower her. And that is because one is accessibility to education, and number two, technology is the future. So when I say accessibility to education, in short, if you look at in a classroom, I'm coming from a GEMS Education Corporate Head Office culture, so I understand about the number of girl child in the class. 60 to 70% of the crowd is always girls. 60 to 70% of the girls who are very brilliant, very talented, so good in arts, culture, scoring the highest rank. But do you actually see the 60 to 70% of the pass out girl child when it comes to a workforce? Be it education industry, be it technology industry, be it e-commerce, be it government sectors. Do you really see this fashion industry, movie industry, take anything for that matter? Do you see the 60 to 70% of the girl child coming into the workforce? No, but yes, for the past 10 years, there's a lot of progression. There's an increase in the number, but there is no 60 to 70% of the girl child once pass out from K-12 and university coming to the workforce. That's not happening. There are many, many reasons for that. One is that women undergo a dilemma when she is at 23, 24 years old. I'm sorry, don't misunderstand me, but that's the reality, because 23 years, 24 years is a peak time of someone's career. If it is a boy, he focuses very much on the career. What should be the stream that I need to go through? Which should be my career ladder? How do I go ahead? This is the focus. But wherein for a girl child, it's more about marriage. It's more about you getting into a cocoon life. No father say at home that I want to see my child as a successful entrepreneur. You may say technology, or you can say engineer or doctor or advocate, but you won't say, take risk, get into the market and be a, businesswoman by yourself. So we always train them to be on a safer zone. I feel that we need to train her from the home to take risk, to understand the importance of being independent, to understand the importance of being self-empowered, go with her flow. And importance of education. This is also very, very important. And when I said about 60 to 70% of the child which is not coming to the workforce, the sad part of is that 60 million children today, as I speak to you, 60 million children do not have access to education as well. So if you look at the 60 million children who don't have access to education, more than half, which is like 35%, is again girl child. This is a fact, and this is a fact number. So when we say today about women empowerment, there is already 35 million girl child who don't have education. So technology is the only way to spread education to every corner of the world. So going to every single country, going to every single corner of the planet and making a brick and mortar school, it's not going to happen. It is impossible. So technology is the only way to make education accessible to every single child on the planet, which is affordable and quality education. However, we still have a challenge of, there are countries with no electricity. But then that's where we need to put some step forward to bring, advanced technologies, helping, in line with the government sectors, in line with United Nations and things like that, and come up with, great strategies to give education, because education is the tool to create a better tomorrow. So this is why I'm saying technology is the most important tool, be it for giving education or to self-empower and to create a better tomorrow, right? And digital literacy, I think Aruna ma'am already mentioned about, having a literacy on the digital area. It's not just about making technology as your own career, but it also to make others to understand, how important it is to have a digital literacy. Like, think about it. There are people who still don't know how to operate WhatsApp. They don't know to do online transactions. So we have a Apple Pay here, you have a Google Pay there. They don't know how to operate it, So think about it. Who doesn't have any kind of literal education when it comes to technology handling? You cannot survive in the world today when every single thing is on your fingertips and when it is connected to the technology. So this is so important to drive something for a digital literacy as well, right? And also for the digital safety for a women. If you do not have complete information about the safety when you access any kind of digital assets or digital medias or the platform, this is also so very important to have a proper digital literacy for own safety as well, right? So I think I have very limited time, but then I have a lot to talk about. But I feel very happy. Once again, I really wish everybody a good luck and a very happy Women's Day to all the women, beautiful, gorgeous, super energy, super talented, beautiful queens over here, as well as all the men who are supporting women for their growth and success. And then it shouldn't be for one single day, but keep going and keep doing a lot of empowering activities and initiatives for the sisterhood. So let's bond the sisterhood, and thank you so much. I love you all, and looking forward to meet you all in person.
Hello. So thanks a lot, Isha, for sharing your thoughts with us. Two words which I take from this is self-realization. It is very important to have a self-reflection or understanding about own self. The other part about the example which she shared, I definitely relate with that. During my school days, the girls were the toppers in my class. So I'm definitely understand that, and yes, we would want to hear more from you. But yes, we also have a lot of interesting conversations that await us for today. I'm sure that a lot of you like me are curious to experience the exchange of ideas by our esteemed panelists who are present over here, where they will challenge the stereotype.
So what kind of stereotypicality you think will get addressed today here, Suraj? And as an individual, how do I relate to it?
Well, that's a difficult one. Let's simplify this with an experiment. Are you ready to join?
For some experience?
Yes.
Okay, then why just me? Can we have the rest of the audience with us? All
Yeah,
of us?
but then they need to say yes.
I'm sure they will.
No, that's a very half-heartedly yes. Come on. Yes. All right, so let's also physically show with some movement that it's a yes. So if it's a yes, please raise your right hand. All right. And if it's a yes, raise your left hand. Come on, guys. All right, it's not compulsory, it's your choice. Okay, I see everyone is responding. Both your hands up. Okay, left and right. All right, right, left. Okay, both. Let's see a wave. Wave, 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 wave. Okay, the different types of waves. Super. And applause. Louder. Okay, wonderful. Now everyone seems charged up. So I'm going to proceed further with few instructions that I would like to share. If you notice the table which you have in front of you, there are a few notepads over there. I just want you to just stretch and take a page out of it and a pencil in your hand. A sheet from the book, a pencil, all right. So this paper now is very important for you, and you have to keep it with you throughout the event today. All right, you have to carefully keep it with you. You can just also mention your name on the top right corner of it. Okay. At the back, everyone has, if you don't have it, you can just call for it. We have people who will just rush into your help. Okay, superb. Everyone has it? Just 2-3 years, I heard. Okay, you got it? Okay, superb. Now, let me explain you what we are supposed to do. As step 1, okay, I request everyone to carefully listen to this. You're supposed to write the gender that others associate with you with, okay? And this can be, you can mention it at the top center of the sheet. This can be a male, female, women, non-binary, etc., right? The gender which others associate with you or they label you with, okay? This can be different from the gender that you identify yourself with, all right? You just have to mention it on the top. The second part is you have to pay attention throughout the panel discussions, okay, while the panelists are sharing their insights on the topics. And at any point in time, if you come across any kind of gender stereotype which you would have experienced yourself, or knowingly or unknowingly, you might have stereotyped someone else. Those words, identified words, you have to just mention on the sheet of paper. All right, is that clear? Okay, the key thing is that you have to pay attention during the panel discussions. But then, there is something which is related to this, which I'll take you all through towards the end of the session. Okay, just to make it clear, you have an example,
Yeah,
right, you were speaking about yesterday.
Yes, we need to give an example of gender stereotype here. So, I have a 6-year-old niece, and every time I play with her, and there is a reference of an ice cream, a cake, a chocolate, or even a fruit, she always talks about strawberry. So I assume that she likes strawberry. So when I actually took her once to an ice cream parlor, without even checking with her, I ordered strawberry ice cream for her, and she shouted, "Masi, no, I want chocolate ice cream." I said, "What happened to you? Every time you keep talking about strawberry." And oh my God, her response really made me think. She said, "Strawberry is pink, and teacher told me pink is for girls, and that's why I always say that I like strawberry, but I don't really." So that's a gender stereotype associated with color, right?
Yes.
So that's what I'm supposed to write?
Yeah, so she can write gender stereotype associated with color. Similarly, you might find something else from the discussion that you might relate with, right? You just have to mention it. You can keep it to yourself. I would request the cameraman not to focus on the sheet when people are writing, because this will be personal to you, and it's your choice whether you want to share it with others or not. Okay, it's completely up to you. We'll come towards the end to what are we supposed to do with this, all right? All right, everyone is good with this? Any questions?
All right.
All right, very sincere children over here. Thank you.
All right, so we now begin with the panel discussion. Our first topic of discussion is financially intelligent women. Myth, mystery, or mandate? What do you think it is?
Well, I'm not sure about mystery or mandate, but I have definitely something that I can share about it, whether it being a myth or not for me. But then I'll keep it towards the end of the session, or for this talk.
Okay. We have an expert set of panelists who will now come here and explore this topic with us. May I invite on stage Priya Ranjit, CFO and COO, Standard Chartered Bank. Meera Isaacs, Senior Advisor and former Dean.
It's Standard Chartered Capital Limited, not the bank.
Sorry, so it's Standard Chartered Capital Limited. Meera Isaacs, Senior Advisor and former Dean, Cathedral and John Connon School, Mumbai. Jasmine Gorimar, Digital Transformation Strategist, Mahindra Group. Shreya Kapoor, Social Media Finance Influencer. Priya Jain, co-founder Phenology. And to moderate this discussion, I call upon stage Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, Business World. Thank you all the panelists. Thank you all the panelists for accepting our invitation and gracing this occasion with your presence. And I would like to now call upon stage Shilpa Pai, Head HR, 3i Infotech, to welcome them with a beautiful bouquet of flowers.
All right, thank you. Are we set?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
So the first stereotype is broken. I wear pink, and I don't wear it because of Women's Day. I mean, I think men have really changed. We have to accept it. We don't talk what the contribution of men and the evolution they have undergone over the maybe 10 or 20 years. I think that is a separate discussion. Someday we might do that discussion as well. I think men have changed. Women have, of course, got the center stage. And today's panel is interesting. Of course, the topic is very interesting. I consider myself as a product of my mom's empowerment. She was working and I could chase my dreams. I could do what I did because she believed in me. My dad would have definitely got me into a medical or whatever, the traditional thing. It was my mom. So I am here as an example of empowered women. So let me say this much that has already happened in this space. There are great stories. There is in India, there's a Bharat. It's not a uniform story. It's not a uniform narrative. There are good and bad and whatever. So let me start with you, Priya, that when we talk about the question, the topic that we have, financially intelligent women, myth, mystery, or mandate, where do you place them as per your experience, the way you have seen women getting empowered? You're an empowered woman yourself. I mean, initial comment from you, where do you place them among those three buckets?
Good morning, everyone. So, very difficult to place women in any bucket, right? We are overpowering and we are all above. That's what I feel, and that's how I've been brought up. So, I come from Kerala, which is traditionally a matriarchal society, where women are actually running the household. And, we still follow that kind of a society. Having said that, of course, born and brought up in Mumbai, which is again an open city, while I've come across a lot of stereotypes, especially in the workplace, one thing that I've learned at a very early age is that as women, so one of the the thing that I coined for this Women's Day, I normally like, personalizing messages for most occasions and festivals. So, I called out women to be, warrior, yeah, O standing for omnipresent, M standing for magnanimous, E standing for empathetic, and N standing for nimble. So while we are all of this, warrior, optimistic, magnanimous, empathetic, and nimble, at the same time we also are having a heart which is very soft, which is very compassionate, which is always trying to see the better or the good in the other, right? And that possibly results into a lot of stereotyping that we go through. So from a myth, mystery, or mandate standpoint, I don't think there is any myth around the fact that whether women are financially intelligent or not. Pretty much we are superiorly intelligent, and that is something that we should learn from our mothers, most of whom who could have been homemakers in a limited budget that is given to them, which, mind you, doesn't have an inflationary increment, which all of us get in our salaries when we are working on the workplace. But they still manage to do a very, very good job, including ensuring that there is savings, which they put probably in gold or they keep it for a rainy day. I've seen my dad, pending on to my mother most of the times when there has been a tough situation, and she'll always have cash handy at home. When the banks are shut, you'll always find my mom having a lot of notes in her purse, which is basically coming out of the savings that she's done. So there is no myth, there's no mystery. Mandate is something that nobody has bothered to give us, and nor have we fought for it, because we believe in fighting for what is just and fair, and when the time comes, we will stand up for it. That is what my belief is.
Thank you, Priya, for this wonderful insight. Of course, I think it's difficult to label them and place them in any of these because they might be none and they can be all combined also, Miss Isaacs, Meeraji, if I'll call you in the Hindi, I use my Indianness, I'll say Meeraji, is okay, right? All right. Your initial comment, if you go back to say 2 decades, and till now, when we are, of course, taking the narrative around women is more empowered now. It's not a tokenism, What has changed, and how has the women's perception in the society changed? Give me that sense to begin with.
All right. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me here. And I would really go with a lot that Priya said, because strangely enough, I am also from Kerala. I also grew up only in Bombay, And my mother was a widow when we were very, very young. I'm the eldest in the family, and I was 5 years old when we lost our father. And I totally go with this, with this idea that women can be anything they want to be, right? And I don't think it's only over the past 20 years. I've seen this. I mean, I'm, as you can see, a fairly senior person. So this was maybe over 60 years ago, 70 years ago, that I saw my mother coming through as a very, very empowered woman, went on with getting a job for herself, looking after the three of us, and did not succumb to my uncles telling her to come back to Kerala. They would look after her. No, nothing of the sort. So their empowerment, I don't know if we women, well, maybe we do. We take it into our hands, all right? What has to be done, and that's it. There isn't all this, talk and waffling and that kind of stuff about it. If you've got to do it, you've got to do it, and that's what a strong, empowered woman is all about. I know that very often when a girl gets married, she's told by her in-laws, no, you mustn't work now. Now you're supposed to be looking after the house, or sometimes mothers say that the daughters must be learning how to cook, etc., etc., etc. They can do everything. I don't think it has to be one or the other, right? So I have seen women, frankly, I've always seen empowered women. I don't think, as I was telling you, look at our maid servants, all right? They may not be empowered within inverted commas in the sense that we normally label it, but I think they are wonderful human beings. Many of them work so hard, they look after children, they run a household, and I'm sorry to say this, men, I'm not trying to denigrate you, but many of their husbands are just alcoholics and lay-arounds. So they look after the house, they look after that idiotic husband as well, and they do everything. That is empowerment, I don't know whether I'm saying all the right things that you want me to say.
One, that women have, taken control of running the households. There are many such stories as you mentioned. I think that's a fact, and that can be seen across the world. But we'll come to many more perspectives. Let me go to Jasmine here. Jasmine, same question. These three buckets: myth, mystery, mandate. In your experience, of course, I mean, you're at a leadership position yourself, and you've dealt with women. You are a woman yourself. Would you like to, how would you like to kind of address this topic that we have? I mean, do women belong to any three of these identities? Are they much more beyond that?
I think women are humans too, and categorizing them into any sort of bucket is as unnatural as categorizing a man under any such bucket. Empowerment in itself is something you give yourself irrespective of whether you're a man or a woman. And even if you're a man, I'm sure you're facing challenges at work as much as a woman does. But yes, it is slightly easier because you don't have to manage a household given the current situation you're in, right? Or the current cultural phenomena the Indian society is in. But I think that if we're talking of true empowerment and we're talking about women and empowerment, you first need to get your attitude and your thought process internally right, saying that, hey, I can do what a man can do also, right? Don't distinguish saying that, oh, just because he's a man, he can get it more than me. Even if that takes you to work twice as hard. Empowerment comes from you. You could be a sweeper or a housemaid, or you could be the CXO of any big top-notch company. The struggle is real. The only difference is in the attitude. And unfortunately, amongst the mass women population in India, an alarming rate of women choose not to work despite having a financial stability. The willingness to work is what we don't see. The willingness to contribute to society is what we don't see. However, let me also state this. I don't know how GDP and those numbers get calculated. I feel that's wrong. But there is an informal economy largely controlled by women who are so-called not categorized as not working, right? They could be giving tuitions, they could be, running local or within a small community, running a small food organization or food serving organization or a cooking business, etc., etc. There is an informal economy which is not tapped by the government, which manages the so-called GDP. So the numbers that you see floating around, I don't agree with most of them. There is no doubt, given our cultural situation, the woman invariably ends up managing the household. But when we talk about empowerment and attitude, I also feel, why is just a mother such a strong figurehead in the family or in the attitude, in the way a child is brought up, and why not the father? Because if you look at most leading psychologists across the country and across the globe, have no two doubts that influence of a father plays an equal or more important role in raising a child as much as the mother does. But traditionally, we've always seen the father go out and work so hard, and the mother stay back at home. That's why invariably the mother is seen as the figurehead. But now if we're talking about a mature society, and I'm talking about mature society, and I'm not looking at numbers of who's wealthy and who's poor. I'm talking about a mature society. The father and the mother play an equal role in raising a child. And I'm talking about raising a child and role from a more emotional space, from a more ability to give time to your child space. And I think that distinguishes a lot of characteristics as compared to saying, oh, of course we're all proud that, oh, I was raised by my mother and this and that. But you can't negate the role of your father. Equally or not less important.
So wonderful. Essentially what you said is that women can do whatever they want to do. They have to break their own limitations. Nobody is stopping them. They need to come out of those social stereotypes.
Everybody has struggles.
Right? Exactly, right.
Yes.
So Shreya, the youngest of our panelists, let's give a round of applause to her. Of course, Shreya knows none of these, stereotypes, because she's luckily born in an era when women are empowered, conversations are very different, right? Shreya, when you make content for your channel, for your platform, what is the kind of perception that you get of a woman that is there today, what kind of, do they really, what kind of, in your age, what do they think when we talk about gender inequality and all, but what is the conversation on that side of the age,
So one trend that I've definitely seen going around is that women are no longer the damsel in distress. They no longer need a male figure to figure out, oh, what's the investment I need to make next, or how do I save money? But I would also not agree with the fact that I've not seen the other side of the story. I've actually seen it in my own house. So my mom's a teacher, and she's been financially independent all her life, right? And she was the one who largely inspired me to become financially independent. But I've seen my mom depend on my dad when it comes to money matters, right? Also because my dad's a CA, but regardless, I've seen that trend go around, and I'm sure a lot of you'll resonate with that, right? So even if you make money, you rely on the male figure in the house to figure out, okay, how do I go about making that investment, or should I buy that property, or which mutual fund is right? Whether or not they have a finance degree, whether or not they understand the market is a completely different prerogative, right? So we somehow see them knowing more about money matters than us ourselves, when I've seen females just doubt themselves a lot more. There's this imposter syndrome I think we're born with, it's in our DNA. We might know a lot more than our male counterparts, but we still struggle with that idea. And to that, there's actually a very supporting data point. It's not just I'm not just making this out of thin air. So there's a research paper titled Boys Will Be Boys, which says that women inherently are better investors because men, because of the hormone testosterone, are more likely to take more risks and are more likely to, go haywire with their investments. Whereas women are not. So if you look at in the long run, women actually turn out to be better investors than men. And there have been actual scientific studies around it, which I find is so interesting because inherently we just assume that when we look at all of these cultural movies like, oh, Wolf of Wall Street and stuff like that, we're like, oh, it's largely a male-dominated area. But to be honest, all the women in this room probably better investors than you, very honestly. That being said, talking about the buckets, I think Priya summed it up really well. That I think putting women in a particular bucket is just very unnatural, as you mentioned. But definitely a trend that I've seen around going on social media is that, again, women are becoming more and more aware of how to invest, where to invest, how to become more financially independent. And now that's the discussion they're having. Less and less women are talking about, oh, how do I take a wedding loan? And talking more about, oh, hey, how do I retire early? FIRE movement is picking up in women more than men, at least in my in the data sample that I have seen going around. So yeah, it's definitely a positive change, but I've seen the flip side also.
No, that was very convincing, the physiological part that, that was very convincing, itself.
No, it's actually a real study. Like, you can Google it. It's the research paper is titled conveniently, Boys Will Be Boys. So yeah, you can read up on that.
Again, a stereotype. Men have to address they have to break their own stereotypes. Priya, your opening remarks on what is the current perception of women when it comes to financial independence, since you run a startup that is dealing with it. What is the perception? Is it breaking? Are women really getting more steady in terms of taking charge of their financial independence? What are you reading? What from the things that are around?
If we see the laws of inception, if we see how our progress has been, so from an uncivilized world, we've been moving towards a civilized world. If we see what were the requirements of job back then? So it was brutal physical strength. That was what was required. But as we are moving towards more civilized society, the nature of jobs are changing. The requirements for the jobs are changing. So right now, currently, the job trends are more toward digital trends, more of information technology. So I think women are better suited for those job roles. And I think I might create a stereotype when I say women are more suited for those job roles. But I remember in 2018, so the armed forces, the head of the armed forces, there was an interview going on. Should women be entering combat profile? Should women be entering armed forces? And the head of General Bipin Rawat casually makes a remark and says that by their physical appearance, by their biological profiles, women are not suited for armed forces, combat or non-combat forces. Enter year 2020, Supreme Court enters the profile. In the year 2022, we saw 108 brave women enter the armed forces. So if we take that stereotype, that women were not biologically made for those roles, I see the trends that are going now, the jobs that are going to come up now, women are more suited for these job roles. So financial independence, if I have to strike a bucket, I say if we take financial independence as a learning curve, as a learning process, let's say driving. So if you're going for a driving license, you start with myths. Can I drive? Can I not drive? Then you go with mysteries. Oh, this is how it works. Petrol end पे जाता तो ऐसा करते हैं. And then you make it a mandate कि मेरे को drive करना है ही. So even if you take financial independence as a learning curve, I think it strikes all three.
Wonderful, wonderfully said. One part of the problem that is, outside, in fact, but the media that is propagated is women and men have to compete, like women have to be following the men's role. They don't have to rest, right? They are very different from it. For example, if men are seen as like, say, armed forces, a small example, women have their own differences to celebrate. They don't have to just compete in the same space. They can compete in a different space, and men won't be able to compete that. I mean, I'll come to those points, but I want to come to a larger point, Priya, which is, what we spoke, there was a common thread that women, when it comes to the household, women, of course, will always, you also mentioned how your mom, or all of us have experienced that. She will have something in the kitty that will surprise us. I'm not saying this panelists believe in it, but largely the outside perception is that women, when we talk about giving them financial control in the social order, it's all about managing the kids and the household. Are we seeing the empowerment in a very limited way? Or how can we see it in a much broader way? That's my question.
See, if you put it like that, which is again like, you know, bucketing them as more homemakers, and
I mean, that's like the
yes, it's the general perception large, which is what we're all here to kind of, you know, talk about and address it, right? Because most of us here don't feel there is that perception. I mean, I have got equal opportunities at my home, at the workplace, you know, wherever I have been, you know, interacting with people. So I don't see this coming across very often, at least in the, and you know, fortunately for me, I've been given this ability to voice my views and opinions very freely, whether it was, you know, from early days in the family or, you know, schooling, my professional circles. So one of the things that I have learned to do is whenever I see a stereotyping, I call it out. I call it out front, right out there. Most of women kind of, I think, refrain from doing that. Because obviously there is a men's world out there, right? But what I have learned from my experiences is that it is always better to speak your mind rather than, you know, try to kind of solve for it on your own, because there is no solution for it unless you speak it out and unless you make it public in the world. Now, you know, coming back to your question on this general perception, yes, that's a perception, and I don't think we should be too bothered about it, as long as like I think it was, you know, I forget her first name, Qureshi mentioned, you know, you focus on your empowerment, you focus on what your strengths are, you focus on what your ambitions are. Yes, at the same time, you've got to try and balance out on the work front as well. And I've seen a lot of my, you know, personally my husband, to speak of my brother, to speak of, you know, my dad in his own ways. He didn't have to do much because my mom was a homemaker. But when two people are jointly contributing to the finance of the home, it makes both of us partners and not one person being, you know, superiorly ahead because he is the only bread earner or she is the only bread earner or she's the only homemaker, right? So I think that's what the new age society needs to be, you know, looking at. And I see that happening even in the smaller towns these days. There is a lot of recognition given to women who, I think like, you know, Jasmine was mentioning, are small-time entrepreneurs. They have their own businesses and, you know, stuff like that. So it's something that is evolving, and it is evolving at a rapid pace. The amount of years it took us to reach at this pace is it's not going to be the same amount of time that we will need to kind of, you know, turbojet and speed up. So that evolution is happening much faster now because all of us are talking about it, speaking about it.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think while it may be, see, we have a very helicopter view of things because we are empowered on this panel, but there are, of course, a lot of women who, despite having that capability of being empowered, do not exercise that empowerment, maybe of social conditioning or whatever. Meeraji, coming to you
That's
here.
where women have to step up for women.
Absolutely. So these invisible fences, you know, that women, of course, like you said, you know, there are those women who are working, like you gave an example, you know, and their husbands are not working, but they still would be giving their funds to the husband to manage the household, right? And they are, so my point is there's an invisible fence, you know, which is social conditioning. That is at work, that needs to be broken. Well, my question first is, still, you know, when we see young kids, dad is managing the you know, the advisor, dad is the financial advisor. After a while, they get married, the spouse is the financial advisor. And we are okay with it, you know. Again, an invisible kind of conditioning. How do we come out of it? Is it, I mean, how do we kind of deal with this?
You're perfectly right. You're perfectly right. I think it is conditioning more than anything else. And I know because when I was married very young and frankly, I wasn't really interested in finances and how as long as my husband saw to it, I was quite happy about it. And then at one point, I think as you get older, as you grow, I'm sure many women are feeling this way. You realize that, look, I'm also contributing. I'm doing a lot of work myself. So I need a voice. right? And maybe it's not very vociferous in the beginning, but later on you are asking questions because you're growing, you're getting educated more and more, you're evolving, all right? And then what happened, because for a very long time I realized that many of us just do not take control of our finances because we honestly don't want to do it.
Yes,
you know, you say it's so much easier getting somebody else to do all that heavy lifting, right? What happened was that, well, my husband fell ill. And then I jolly well had to look at the finances and I realized I didn't know one thing about it. I really knew nothing, despite the fact that I was running a school, looking after the finances of the school, but I had no idea what was going on at home. So then I got down to the brass tacks of learning. And I'm glad to say that I've learned and I've grown whatever we had. And I see this happening again and again in many households. But nowadays, I don't think girls are willing to just leave the finances in the hands of a man. May I ask, there are so many young ladies over here. Do you allow your man or your husband or your whatever to take over your finances totally? No, I can see very vigorous shaking of the head. Absolutely, it doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. I see my own daughters, they are very independent and yeah, you work things out and there doesn't need to be a Mahayuddha or anything of that sort. It's nicely done, it's well spoken about.
It can be nicely done, it's acceptable once attempted, right?
Absolutely.
And it's not heavy lifting rocket science at all.
No,
right?
no, and it's just equal and balanced.
So we have to attempt it to change it, right? Right. Jasmine, your quick 2 points on one, this invisible fence that women have, despite having that option of, taking charge and still not taking that charge. I mean, how would you kind of, what is the way out of it? How would you define that invisible fence in your way?
So, with the invisible fence, honestly, to everyone out here, I've had not much of an experience on it because I got married after working for a considerable amount of time, right? So I had my parents who were trying to dominate and tell me where I should invest and tell me, oh, I'll tell you where to invest. So my first struggle was getting out of my parents' loop. And this was at the age of 20. And that's where I said that, I told my mom, I remember saying this, that look, I will make my own mistakes, but let me do it. And yes, I did make 1 or 2 odd mistakes. And I tried to be safe in the beginning and then started taking risks around, when I had a decent amount corpus. But I think, as I mentioned earlier, it's empowerment you give yourself. It's the attitude you carry and what you want to do with your life. So with the invisible fence thing, I don't know.
I think it's often stated that, get financially independent to get empowered. I think we have seen it among our own circles and, friends, this statement often being said. Because it kind of equates the two, right? The empowered woman is the one who is financially independent, right?
Actually the reverse.
Right.
A financially empowered woman is the one who's actually empowered.
Exactly. The real empowerment is when she is financial stakeholder in the right sense, right?
That's true. Right. Because, I had a lot of people coming and telling me, oh, she doesn't know what to invest. I remember somebody in my family telling my husband, who was then my fiance, you better help her with her investments, huh? And take care of her finances. And I was on day one, you mind your own business. Straight out.
So after this round, I'll take some questions because I think they're also the stakeholders here. So Shreya, to you, when it comes to literacy, is it really, how are women responding to it? I mean, what kind of content are they consuming? It's not heavy lifting, it's not rocket science. So how have you made it simpler for them?
So before I come to that, just want to address a couple of points that the panelists talked about. So as she mentioned, coming out of the parents' loop, that's literally struck a chord because for me it was the exact opposite. In the sense that I did my undergrad in finance, so I was studying subjects like F&O and investing and portfolio management and all of those right at college. And even though my dad is a chartered accountant, he never really interfered in my investments from very early on. he said that, hey, you go on, make your mistakes, because even I made the mistake of investing in the 1992 scam. So it's okay, you make your own mistakes, you learn through that learning curve. And then you come back to me when you're ready to really learn about investing, right? So for me, I think again, as Jasmine mentioned, it's very important for both the parents to have really open conversations about money, regardless of the gender of the child, right? So my dad has his own business, and I remember when the 2008 crisis happened, he came home because he's in the export-import side of line. He came home and he told us how his business is getting affected from the crisis. So very early on, we understood that, okay, money does not grow on trees. Like, we need to cut back on our spends a little bit because probably the business is down and stuff like that. So having those conversations with people around you in your family is so important. I think in India, we sort of shy away from having those difficult conversations in general about money, right? Like, not a lot of people here know about, okay, how much debt do our parents have? Or like, what is the insurance policy that they have, right? So taking charge of at least your parents' finances is step number one. And coming to the content that people are consuming, I think regardless of the gender, people really want to know about, okay, how do I start investing right? Because I think in the 2020, 2021 cycle, people made their fair share of mistakes by, investing in penny shares because everything was going up, and crypto and NFTs and all of those. So I think now that that bubble sort of has burst, people have come back to the ground. Now they're understanding really the fundamentals of investing and how do they really invest right. But something that I would really urge all of you to do, considering all of you are such independent women here, go back home and have that discussion with your friends, probably who are not from a similar, probably from the commerce background, right? So I have two best friends. I think there's always that trio group that everyone has. And both of them, one is an engineer and the other one took humanities. So I sat down with them when they made their first salary and talked about, okay, how do you start investing, right? Because otherwise they would have just given that money to their dad and thought about, okay, index fund, mutual fund, how do we go about it? And usually parents aren't even a fan of entering equity in the first place. So it's important, if you are in that privileged position, please go back home and have those conversations with your friends and also your moms. So one day I just sat down with my mom. She comes from a political science background. And I told her, okay, this is what Nifty 50 is, this is what Sensex is, this is what an index fund is. It's not rocket science. So when we sit down as a family and we watch news, business news, you also are on the same page. So she just felt so much more empowered now that she was able to understand that jargon. So I think these little steps go a long way. And I would urge all of you to go back home and have those candid conversations.
And also give the name of your channel so that they can subscribe to it.
It's the same name, it's Shreya Kapoor only. You can check it out. But even if you don't want to, that's completely fine. What I'm just saying is that if you know a little bit about finances and if you've been doing well for yourself, just go back home, have those conversations with your aunts, with your moms, because it's so much better that you women explain it to them rather than, mansplaining. So, yeah, we take that bet any day.
Great. Priya, so when people come to invest or people are looking for investment kind of options, are they guided by their male counterparts? I mean, like dad or a spouse, or are they independent? What is your, what have you witnessed?
So I grew up in a tier 3 city in Raipur, and all these stereotypes I've faced, I've been first-hand a counterpart to it. So I realized all over.
Can you hear the mic? Yeah.
You want to try this? Hello. Over these years, I've understood this thing that after periods, after premarital sex, it's the money that's the taboo topic. Because and it's also a very emotional topic. So during demonetization, when a lot of women were disclosing their secret income, there was a report, NCRB report, that there was a rise in domestic violence cases because normal Indian household, it's the men who are supposed to handle the money. And I'm talking from the tier 3 city perspective, and I've seen that. My father is supposed to handle all the finances. My mother does not know anything about it. So there was a rise in crimes even when the women were saving money. Now, access to money is an emotional choice for women because when you have money, you've got a lot of choices to make. You can decide what sort of career you want to pursue, what sort of partner you want to go with if you want to end the marriage. So if you look at the non-performing rates of marriages, around 30 to 40% of marriages are ending in divorces. But in India, a lot of women are stuck in bad arrangements and bad relationships because they have bad finances. So in India, like Shreya said, it's the lack of inclusivity. So in my household, my father would have these talks of finances with my brother or with his uncles rather than with us. So what was a problem that I faced? Because I didn't know what I didn't know, because there was no inclusivity. There was just this independent decision making or outsourcing those decisions to others. So in India, I think women are considered vulnerable in the sense of stupidity, that they don't know stuff, so rather not discuss it with it. And then the cycle keeps on going. If you don't know, you don't ask, and you never knew it.
Can we take 2 questions? So a little bit of involvement. 2 quick questions. Yes, please. Anyone having a question? This is your chance to really get. No one? They're all really happy with this. Okay, let me go with my last round. So do we have 10 minutes? 5 minutes? Okay, we have 5 minutes. Okay. All right. Priya, so of course, I mean, a lot of enriching discussions, positive stories, and what the reality, you've shown us the mirror also that, Priya, yeah. So what is the people here and people who are watching us are going to watch us, what is your advice to women who want to take charge of their financial independence?
I think some of us have already touched upon it. First and foremost is speak up, right? The fact that someone assumes something about you doesn't mean that you don't express what you think or you feel is right. At least make an attempt, right? And if you don't get help in your immediate family or immediate friend circle, reach out to others. There are many channels who, which are open for hearing you out. Second, and the most important thing that we as women should remember is that whether a homemaker, whether a person in corporate job, whether in any other industry, educationist, any other service industry, we are responsible for raising a child. So if we build the future generation of the country, if that role is so importantly entrusted to us and very blindly entrusted to us, what else do we have to fear for? I mean, if you think you can do a good job at raising a child who is going to be the future of, this world, I mean, what more empowerment do you need, right? Rather than someone telling you that, okay, you're responsible for this child, make sure, the child is raised well, right? And a third bit that sort of is something that, I would like to say is, just have your allies, make sure that you have people who stand up for you. Don't trust very easily, because I think women fall into a trap of trusting very soon. So have your allies so that,
Is that a stereotype?
It is a kind of stereotype. No, actually it's not a stereotyping in that sense. It's a natural tendency that, I mean, it's something that we're built like that, we generally are much more trusting than maybe the men folk. But yeah, that's what I would say. So have your allies, speak up and feel empowered. I mean, you are a creator of a life in this world. You bring a life, you nurture it, you kind of nourish it, make it the future generation. So that's something that nobody can take away from you.
Wonderful. Meeraji, your word of advice to women to become financially independent, take charge of their lives, because that's real empowerment, as we all agreed.
Yeah, that certainly is empowerment. And I would say that every single person, whether you're earning or not, and I think, first of all, everybody should be earning in some way or the other. I'm not saying you have to go out there and get a job and be professionally, if I'm sure everybody here is, but the fact is, you can start up a home industry, you can do up so many things. And if there's a will, there's a way. And so I don't think any woman should be financially and hopelessly dependent upon anybody else. Each woman, I think, is capable of making her own life and of making her own choices and of making her own decisions. And I think what is really very important is, now I speak as a person from the education sector, I think it's important that we teach our children in the schools skill sets for being financially independent also. And while I'm talking about that, well, I'm talking about not only the girl child, also the male child. I'm also saying that the men should be also taught, now I'm going off a little bit into another area, but should be taught to respect what a woman can do. Because that, I think, is a terrible, terrible lack in not just our country, I think it's anywhere in the world. Because as far as I'm concerned, I have seen girls doing extremely well in many, many ways, and this is something that they need to know. How do I become financially independent? How do I invest? They can learn in small ways. And that is why we often have our children going across, maybe doing a project, and they learn from that project. How do we buy? How do we sell? How do we invest? All that sort of thing. And stockbrokers coming in, or the stock market, or whatever. So I think it's very important that they learn.
No, I agree with Meera. You have to know at least the basics of investing and managing your finances. But I think when you come to empowerment and finances, empowerment is all about doing what you love to do. At the end of the day, irrespective of whether you're a man or a woman, right? For a woman, that means that, hey, if you're happy being a homemaker, so be it. If you're happy going out and working, so be it, right? At the same time, irrespective of whether you are working or not, every human being needs to have a support system. You need to have somebody to lean on, right? If you're working, all the more important. The biggest of CXOs, irrespective of gender, are what they are because of their support system. And I mean they're -1s at work and -1s in the family. They could not be. I mean, you know, when you talk of leaders, they're leaders because of their ability to lead people. It's not because, oh, I made X numbers in X number of years, right? That comes secondary. But they are what they are because they're able to lead people, both in their personal and their professional lives. So create that support system, extremely critical. And then that helps you define yourself. And then from there, you get to learn even more. Having the financial basics of investing and being where you are is but given. You have to know it, irrespective of whether you're working or not. That's a given. That's my point of view.
Shreya, what would you like to tell our audience?
About empowerment?
Empowerment and literacy, and yes. That's empowerment, because if they know, they will, of course, know how to do it.
Right. So I think there's not a lot which hasn't been said already on this panel, but to sum it up, I would say that we've established that women are just as capable as their male counterparts, if not more, when it comes to financial independence and financial intelligence. But I think the only hindrance to the process really is that we aren't starting having those conversations sooner with the girl counterparts, right? So if you're a guy, go back home, talk to your sister, talk to your mom, talk to your friends about this idea of financial independence and just earning their own money. And even if they don't want to do that, that's also completely fine, as she mentioned. But just this idea that if tomorrow things go south, how will they be capable of taking care of themselves, right? So we've seen that divorce rates, as she mentioned, are on an all-time high. So we don't live in an era where we can just be reliant on our partners and be okay with it, right? So discuss ideas such as, okay, how will we manage money before marriage? How will we manage money after marriage? Or will we have joint accounts or not? So these are very important conversations to be had even before you get married, right? So that's point number one. So start at grassroots. But I think also a more systematic change is required. I think we cannot deny that. And that systematic change definitely starts from the house and also from school. So there's definitely been a positive change around that. We now are seeing that schools are incorporating financial lessons right from the 6th standard. But more comprehensive discussions around that are much needed. But I think if you're a parent, I think you hold such an important responsibility to go back home and talk to your kids about both your financial wins and losses. And I think from Priya's perspective and from my perspective, you can understand how things can go south or north because of it. So her parents didn't have that discussion with her and my parents did. And I think that made such a difference in like what our investing strategy is today. So I would say that if you are in that position of power, make sure that you make good use of it and go talk to, like have more open conversations about it. I think that's the way to go forward.
All about conversations, yes.
Sir, I think on this point, India needs a huge round of applause. You see, let's, in the progress of financial independence, and I'll tell you how. The reports would suggest you otherwise that our growth is not so much the contribution of women in GDP is 17-18%. I don't get that part, but I'll tell you how the progress is phenomenal. You know, when we talk about women's perspective, a lot of things have been seen from the perspective of privilege. As in before independence, right to education, that was a privilege. Right to have a career, that was a privilege. Right to choose a partner, that was a privilege. But when we got independence, when our constitution was framed, the constitutional makers said that education is an equal right. Women, men, both have to be equal stakeholders. Now, a lot of laws that came into place, let's have a comparison with Western world and India. A right to abortion. In US, it's still complicated. We passed that law in 1976. Right to education, right to it. We were the first movers in that area. The Western worlds weren't keeping up with us. Now, financial independence, when we talk about it, let's see workforce. Globally, women have entered this area 100 years back. In India, the organic market force, around 60 or 70 years back. But even now, our population is keeping up at 50%, but the GDP contribution is at 17 to 18%. But currently, as I earlier mentioned, with the change in job trends, I think in, let's say, 10 to 15 years, we'll see an equal contribution of 50% GDP. So one takeaway that I like everyone to take away is understand the difference between economic independence and financial independence. A lot of my friends think that just because they're being productive, just because they're earning, they are financially free, they're financially independent. But that's not the case. It's the permutation between saving, earning, expenses, and investment. That's where you become financially free, and that, I think that's the end goal. So I think what should be the way forward? I think demanding that we should be made an equal stakeholder in any important financial decision the family makes, and I think that will make the difference.
Wonderful, wonderful. Round of applause for all the panelists here. Thank you so much. I think a lot of takeaways for all of you in this introductory panel that we have. It has set the tone, and we are looking forward for the rest of the conversations. Thank you, each one of you, for joining us and sharing your viewpoints. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would just request you to please stay back. Stay back for a while. Yeah. So it was indeed an interesting research-based and data-based discussion that we had here. And personally, while all of you were talking and discussing this topic, I could relate to a few stereotypes that I have, experienced in my life. And I'm sure that may be true for a lot of us over here. Yes? Yeah. All right. Great. So thank you so much for being here. And I would like to invite on stage Mr. Sanjay Rava, our Chief Financial Officer, to present a small memento from our side as a mark of gratitude for all of you to be present here. Sanjay, please. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shilpa, you can join. Thank you. Thank you
Thanks,
so much.
everyone. Please take your seats. All right, we take a short 10-minute break now. And we come back after 10 minutes and we actually start with the second panel discussion. So we are changing the agenda a bit. Yeah, so I'll see you all in next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, check. Hello, check. closing
करे ना वो
करना करें
टाइम का ही मुझे वो लग रहा है Okay, we are starting the session in the next couple minutes. Please take your seats. Please settle down, everyone.
the backbenchers are missing.
Yeah. Please settle down, everyone. We begin in a while.
I'm just taking a heads up. थोड़ा जगह दो ना.
Yes. Okay. So, before we start our second panel discussion, I remember Suraj, you said something at the beginning of the first panel discussion, some connection that you have already experienced between financially intelligent women and myth. So, can you tell us about that now?
No, actually, I think Priya here, she stole the thunder. I wanted to share a personal experience with respect to, my own house. And I just got, married 1 year back. And after marriage, I realized my wife is the one who is always a step ahead in terms of finance. She is a lot into, mutual funds and everything. She knows everything about that. On the other hand, I'm the one, I don't even know the ABCD of it. So when the topic, this topic came up about this being a myth, definitely it's not a myth. And I have a clear-cut, evidence and personal experience on that. So, yeah.
So thanks for acknowledging that, Suraj. I think acknowledging is also important. So let's give him a round of applause for that.
We decided not to do this.
Okay. So on this note, let's move on to our next panel discussion. The next topic of discussion is how women can leverage technology and achieve digital equality. And for this purpose, I would like to invite the panelists on the stage, starting with Yashaswini Ramaswamy, serial entrepreneur and CEO, Great Place to Work; Devina Sen Gupta, Deputy Editor, Mint; Romita Majumdar, Senior Journalist, The Economic Times; and Kiran Nagar, Social Media Tech Influencer. And to moderate this session, we have with us Yogesh Gupta, Director, Content and Communities Foundry, India. May I now request Mr. Harish Shenoy, Chief Operating Officer, Professional Services, 3i Infotech, to welcome our panelists with a bouquet of flowers.
Sir,
Thanks, Harish. Yogesh, you may take the lead from here.
Thank you. We are going to do a little bit of Zoom classes, right? So everybody is aware of that. Am I audible? Yes. Okay, great. Okay, so what a fantastic panel we had in the morning. The first panel wherein we spoke about financially intelligent women. This topic is going to be a little different, and I think so this is again a step forward what we discussed in the first panel. So welcome, I'll be your host and chair for this panel. Good afternoon everyone present there. Thank you for being on time after your tea break, after a short tea break. Over the next 30 to 35 minutes, we are going to discuss about how women can leverage technology to achieve digital equality. A very important topic, and over the last 3-4 years, we have seen technology taking a center stage due to unforeseen circumstances like COVID, and everybody started used technology, right? From collaboration, we could see technology being used from cafes, from your living rooms, from your bedrooms, and people have mushroomed out of that. I know so many of entrepreneurs or women entrepreneurs who mushroomed in that period, chefs, entrepreneurs from home, and they could leverage technology. Last week, on Holi, I remember my wife found some recipe of thandai. Everybody loves thandai. Some easy to make thandai at home. And she said, Yogesh, tomorrow when our cook comes, we'll tell her to make this thandai. I found this really interesting recipe. I said, okay. The cook comes in the morning and she says, here is the recipe. And she says, madam, here are 2 more recipes on Instagram. These are better than you. That's digital equality, right? She is more empowered. My wife is empowered being a blogger. She's empowered saying, here is a recipe on Insta because she goes on Insta as a blogger. But the cook or the maid is also upskilling her skills in terms of what is next big thing which I can entice or give to my employers, right? So she is upskilling her career in that way. So that's digital equality for me. The house owner as well as your employee both are empowered on a digital equality, Instagram or social media. So that's a great example. When I was doing engineering, I remember in my class in 94, we had almost 10% women that time. I'm talking about 94. But the last time we had an alumni last week at Thadumal Chani Bandra, it's somewhere around 30%. Not because women are coming to technology, that's fine, but technology is giving so much opportunity for women in terms of coding, artificial intelligence, social media, digital influencers. So there's a huge paradigm shift in how women can use technology as a corporate piece, right? So let me start with Yashaswini and speak. You've got years of experience as a serial entrepreneur and also leading Great Place to Work. What are the few changes or the major changes you have seen in the last, when you talk about digital equality, if you can start with that?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, rather, and thank you for having me, and thanks, Ajay, for thinking about me. About digital equality, what do I say? I think it is leapfrogged because of the pandemic. I think that's a very sure shift that we're seeing. I'm a little uncomfortable with the term digital equality because I think equity probably would be a better word because that's the direction the technology is heading. Today, technology is almost like your best friend. It talks in the language you understand. It shows you the stuff that you like. So it's a very integral part of your life. So I think the conversation on equity is good, but some of the changes that I've seen from an entrepreneur lens, and then I'll come to Great Place to Work. I think from an entrepreneur lens, and I come from Bangalore, and we're the unicorn capital of the country, and I'm very proud to say that. And this period has seen us mushroom a lot of deep tech companies led by women. So I think that is a trend that is here to stay. A lot of women understand and appreciate technology slightly differently than what was traditionally thought of as applicability of technology. So we're seeing very interesting business models come up beyond the aggregator model that is very commonly reported. So I think that is one trend, and that will have its effect on society. And I must acknowledge all the ladies who've come before us to make this happen, also from a trend standpoint. When I was in college 30 years ago, you know, I was probably 5 girls in the class, right? And look at today, right? So I think the journey began about 15 years ago, if I put my hand on my heart and report it. I think 15 years ago is when it began, and today is a result of that. So it does take a generation to make that shift, and that is here to stay. The second bit, from a great place to work culture standpoint, we have seen a lot of companies adopt to technology fairly well, especially in the hybrid work environment. We used to go to office, the office has come home, right? So the kind of stories that have reached us, and we work with more than 1,500 companies every year, the stories have been inspiring, the stories have been touching. It really, I have the privilege in the position that I sit to just observe the character of the human being really emerge in these pandemic times. And that's been made possible only because of technology. So I think technology has made us a lot more accessible to different communities. We have talent now that is global, which has changed the power dynamics at the workplace, and the accessibility is a game changer. And especially for women, the modes of earning and becoming financially independent because of technology is so huge. I wouldn't imagine a world without it. Of course, there is a yin and a yang. There is a darker side to it, but I will limit my response to this. I think it's been a game changer. Technology accelerated equity dialogue around technology is probably the need of the hour. Yogesh.
Yeah, equity, I think so. Great opening remarks. Thank you for that. I think so. Equity, she spoke about character of a human being coming up very strongly during the pandemic. A lot of opportunities for women leveraging technology. She's only spoke about the yin and yang. We are going to speak about the positive side, not the darker side today. Devina, next question to you. You report a lot on shifts in India Inc. workplaces as your job, as a journalist, as an editor, and HR policies. How do you see women professionals leverage technology at your workplace and with the sources or the stories you work? If you can highlight a couple of points.
Sure. Good afternoon, and thanks, Yogesh. So, what change that I am seeing right now is women are trying to understand that there is a difference between keeping a job and having a career. They are two drastically different things. And if you want to keep a career or have a career in today's job, you have to adopt the latest technology. You have to be assertive and ask for role changes. You have to start realizing that numbers, jargons, the latest in AI, machine learning are actually meant for your development. Or you can come to your work, you can do what has been asked for you, and go back home, and you've managed to keep a job. Some worrying data that we have been getting after 2 years of pandemic is more women are not coming to the workforce, by the way. Companies would like you to believe that, but there is a difference between hiring more women and then having women across hierarchies. And I was talking to a professor in Azim Premji University, and she said that women are 7 times more likely to be laid off than men, and 11 times more unlikely to come back to the workforce. So if pandemic has brought up different ways of earning money or improving your finances, we are actually increasing the number of women who are dropping out of India Inc. And technology or upskilling is the only way, I think, and that's what I've been reporting on, is how we can move away from being an invisible and now worryingly an absent workforce.
Yeah. I think it's a great point, Devina. Having a job and a career, both are different.
Drastically different.
We try to say if you have a job, you have a career. That's not right, because you have to upskill yourself with technology, with office workplace, with office politics, if I may use the word, with office HR policies, and other things which you want to make a great career out of. Please, right?
Okay, why just politics? And I mean, when all the women are in the workforce and they are talking, look at the kind of conversation that the male counterparts have it.
Yeah.
It's about, okay, what's the next promotion? Which is the boss to work with? Which is the team to work with? And look at the kind of conversation that the women in the groups are having. It's not like women can't have the other set of conversation.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we are conditioned to have a certain kind of conversation.
Yeah.
That has to change.
Yeah. Just to add, so, DI or DNI, diversity and inclusion, is a big topic even for us at Foundry IDG. I can share some data points just to, before I move to Romita. So we also consciously at IDG or Foundry rebranded, make a conscious decision of getting more women speakers at our conferences we do. We aim for 20 to 30%, but we somewhere manage around 15 to 20%, not because we don't know them. There are as many roles in the CIO and CTO audience we cater to. The numbers have gone out for definitely over the last couple of years. So there's a conscious decision even on our global offices to, as Devina was mentioning, in the hierarchy, to get women leaders on the top. There's a conscious effort. We are not there yet, but we are somewhere, I would say we are at 7-8. We have not reached 10, that would be nirvana, but we are somewhere at 7-8. So just wanted to share that. So that's a big piece on a digital equality. The moment you have women leaders in your hierarchy and in a team role, that's when you will get that digital equality, whether, obviously powered by technology. So Romita, just getting off from where Devina left, so what's your take in your job and outside, how you've been using technology to your advantage and to make your stories look great?
I think, is this working? Yeah. I mean, technology, the way we use it would not differ very much from the way anyone else at the workplace would use it, to be honest. That should not also be, the biggest concern. What should be the concern is, if again, as Yashaswini mentioned it, in terms of equity, ensuring that everyone is getting the right opportunities with the technologies that they have at hand. For one, I think remote working made a huge difference to the way everyone works. And especially, of course, a lot of women have been able to stay in the system because they were able to work remotely. But at the same time, as Devina mentioned, it has also been a slight bit of a problem because women have to give that much more effort when they are, they are not visible in office, they are not visible in terms of, the work that they are doing in meetings, in terms of planning for future work. There is a lack of visibility and representation there. To some extent, I think access to a lot of tools is helping. Your productivity tools and all, they make it easier. They might not drastically increase, the level of representation of voice that you get at the workplace, but there are tools that clearly show that, this is the amount of work that this person has done. That immediately increases the level of accountability that a person has. Secondly, I think, during the pandemic, one of the things that I personally have really enjoyed and benefited from is a lot of content put out by, influencers in the sphere of workplace, in the sphere of productivity. Especially there are a lot of people like Kiran out there who are putting out so much content, in terms of, there are queries that women find harder to ask within their homes, outside, be it how to, how to fix a phone, how to maybe make certain payments, or even something like how to ask for a raise at work. And there's so much content that has come out recently, over the past few years, talking about, these are the specific queries that women face, good or bad, whatever it is, these are the queries, and this is how you can work around these queries. I think that content has made a huge difference to the way we work, and I have personally used a lot of those hacks, so I can say that it has been really helpful, especially when, a lot of people coming into the workforce today, a lot of the women coming into the workforce today are first generation professionals, female professionals. They might have men in their families who have been in the corporate sector forever, but as women, they don't have precedence. They don't have, people telling them what to do if, you face an uncomfortable query at work. So, and these are the kind of, discussions that you have on these platforms, on social media, and I think it's been the best thing, to have happened for a lot of women at their jobs.
Yeah, I think so. Great remarks, Romita. Employee productivity tools, great point. Most of the corporates with the hybrid workforce are making use of employee productivity tools, collaboration tools. These are all obviously powered by technology, right? At the point of, I was having a discussion yesterday with someone, and I asked them, what do you future more, like happy customers or happy employees, right? Employee experience or customer experience, right? Both are interchangeable, but obviously if you have a happy employee, you're going to get a happy customer at the end of the day. So happy employee is very important, men or women, irrespective. As leaders in this room or as working for a company, you have to make sure there is a digital equality in terms of, I would also go in the stage of saying, even the collaboration tools, even the headsets, why it's not uniform? I've seen, I cannot name, but there are people like, there are different headsets, kisi ko kuch mila hai, kisi ko kuch mila hai, and then over the Zoom call they'll say, can you hear me, can you hear me? Why not invest in a uniform, good headset for everyone, okay? It might sound very trivial, but that I've seen it with many CEOs in the room, and when I say, do you invest in good headsets, and only one or two say yes, otherwise it's... So these are all employee productivity tools or headsets which are very important, okay? Always I feel little things always matter big in life. Kiran, to your point, as a social media tech influencer, I think so the panelists have spoken about how technology can become a great leverage. How has been your journey? Because social media is a dangerous...
Tricky.
It's tricky. I was going to say dangerous place, but tricky, yeah. Or your comments?
Yeah, it is very tricky. Actually, when I started as a content creator, female content creator on technology, I guess सिर्फ एक या दो creator थे. And when I started my channel, lot of comments were like, why you are doing this? What is the need? When there are many male creators are there, why are you doing this? Better you should make beauty content. You get more views, more likes. So I have faced these stereotypes many times जहाँ पर लोग यही बोलते हैं that ज़रूरत नहीं है, already बहुत है जहाँ पर हम लोगों को सिखाया जा रहा है. But I chose this tech field क्योंकि मैंने generally realize किया है that women are more struggling when they choose devices like phone. बहुत ही simple है, आजकल हर कोई phones use कर रहा है, अलग-अलग technology use कर रहा है. But when they buy phone, they always ask their partners, their male partners, their male friends, that which device should I choose? I mean, this is your device. You are going to use this for 2-3 years, and you are not able to find the device for yourself. Right. This is the big issue. So, किसी को तो start करना था, and जब एक start करता है, maybe there are many women who influence. तो I guess शुरुआत में जब शुरू करते हैं तो you face stereotypes, you face discrimination, you feel isolated that in a room, probably in the event, when I go in some tech event, some smartphone companies event, when I go there, I see lot of men, lot of male creators. I didn't find any female. Yeah. So I feel isolated. I feel like, is I'm doing something wrong? Why I'm doing this? Sometimes I question myself. Right. Then my partner, my parents supports me that you are the one. Maybe you are the one जो यहाँ पर एक ladder create कर रहा है for the other women that they can decide for themselves. Yeah. Beauty, cooking, these are not the things जो सिर्फ औरतें सिर्फ इतना ही कर सकती हैं. They can do much more. Right. ठीक है. So I faced little discrimination, but now it is fine because I have seen in my channel that many women, they take decisions for themselves. Yeah. They comment me that you made my, you helped me. That I choose for myself which devices should I buy, which headsets, which technology should I use. So maybe things are changing now.
Yeah. So women are supposed to break the stereotype. So. Yeah. Good luck with your venture, and I think so you're not facing that much now. So Yeah, I think so. Very important point. What devices or technology a woman should buy? Why should they? I think so. Great point you made on that front, right? So let's go to the next set of questions. We have 10 minutes, so we'll make sure and we'll take some questions from the audience. The first panel didn't see anything, but I need at least 2 questions. Okay. So let's go to the next level of technology. We've spoken about the devices, we've spoken about the employee productivity tools, we have spoken about the collaboration tools we use at home, headsets we have used. Let's go a little deeper, because what is taking the technology by storm or world by storm are the new age technologies, right? How many of you have used ChatGPT? Okay, few, almost 20%, good. Okay, AI. Metaverse, these are all new age technologies which we thought, artificial intelligence, which we thought 5 years back, sab hype hai, kuch nahi hone wala hai. But this is a huge, our survey at Foundry says AI is going to be the 4th or 5th top investment by CIOs and big companies this year. Global this is. AI has come from 10th to 5th almost in 2 years, right? So these are technologies we are going to dig deep in terms of how are these new age technologies helping our panelists, right, in their job personally and professionally. Before I start that, there's an interesting piece. I was in Jaipur last month. We were doing a tech event, and we had 4 keynote speakers, and out of those 2 keynote speakers made their presentations, great presentations, 1 male and 1 female, just to set the context. And almost till the end of the keynote, they said, let me share something. I made this PPT last night in 5 minutes on ChatGPT. And you couldn't make out that entire PPT was made on ChatGPT, right? One a very big MNC owner and one a professor at Jaipur. Both used ChatGPT to make that PPT for the day within 5 minutes. But obviously, checking that, okay? Everything on ChatGPT, disclaimer, everything on ChatGPT, please do not put it on public domain. There has been a case, I'm sure the panelists know, last month, a journalist in US put an article using ChatGPT and he's being sued by the original content writer, right? So ChatGPT is good, right? And that's digital equality for me, right? Both of them use ChatGPT and both their PPTs were excellent, right? Now, you could say, why did they use ChatGPT? They leverage technology, right? They would have searched on Google and spent 2 hours. They just did it in 5 minutes on ChatGPT, and I can vouch for it. I couldn't make out it's made on ChatGPT. It was so precise, to the point, to the theme which I had said. So, just wanted to share an example to set a context. So, you talk about different things of AI, right? And you speak about equity, inclusive, and ethics in AI. It's a great level playing field for men and women, AI. But it has a flip side also, right?
Yeah, it does have a flip side, but before I come to that, a couple of things. I think we need not be binary in our conversation, so it's just not men and women, it's all types of communities, and technology does not distinguish that. And I think that has brought about a huge change. So whether I'm a man or a woman or I identify myself as anyone, the access to technology is the same. And that is a huge forward movement and equity. Second, I think, maybe not very relevant to his question, but I just want to make it a point that we're not here because we're women. And I want to make that amply clear, because, success is a very funny thing. And I don't think we've reached where we are without navigating situations or contexts that any man would.
Yeah.
Whether it means resilience, whether it's negotiating tough cards that have been dealt to you, or bouncing back when you fall down, right? And I think it's very important for us to call this out, because I see a very unconscious bias to say makeup and dressing and cooking is not as fashionable as probably technology. Yeah. I differ. I'm completely out of depth if you ask me to manage a home. I go paranoid. I start overthinking, analyzing, and I keep changing the napkins on my dining table some 10 times. I don't know what to do. I'm out of depth.
Yeah.
So I think as audience and as just human beings, look, the biases are going to become more and more. And it is whether it's because of technology, and Obama has said this extremely well in his interview with David Letterman. But beyond that, I think it's individuals' responsibility to be aware of the biases we may be propagating ourselves, right? So I just wanted to call that out, right? Coming to your question on AI, it's been a fascinating journey for me. I don't think I ever saw it as a fad. And like I mentioned, right, deep tech. Deep tech is nothing but all of these jargons that we keep hearing about. What we need are huge data sets. And my latest venture, which is Culturalytics, we have actually put together the world's first artificial intelligence platform that measures organization culture and gives a dollar impact, right? And yeah, thank you. I'll take it to my product team. But we did that, and we broke so many stereotypes in that. And when I sat back, and that's probably my last venture, but it's my swan song. But when I was reflecting on it, because you see in my career, I've had a combination of HR, venture capital, and entrepreneurship. So this was like an amalgamation of it. And when I sat back, again, coming to AI, I was reflecting on my journey. And I have faced 3 kinds of biases in my journey. One is an age bias. And I was thinking, how can AI kind of solve that? I don't know. That's the honest answer. But just the fact that we're so hyper-connected and interconnected, I think the bias is around age. My first 10 minutes in the boardroom was a struggle. You know, because you have all these court sahabs and this thing sitting and you, what is this young thing coming and telling us what to do, right? So I think that thing. The second one, and I can only talk about myself. Sure. The second one was the gender bias. And I think in that, it's huge strides. In fact, yesterday, ChatGPT, you're talking about, you know, one of my colleagues, and it's got reported in the papers also, they had the ChatGPT on. And it was listening. It's scary, right? You don't know, but everybody is listening to everything. And after the meeting, ChatGPT kind of comes up and says, this was a very sexist meeting.
Oh.
You know, it was not a very inclusive meeting. And this person is like, you know, what's happening? So, and ChatGPT had actually recorded the transcript of the meeting. And it was an HR meeting, and there were words like manpower. Yeah. There were words like remote working. Yeah. You know, remote by psychology means you're away from work. They're not remote. It's just hybrid, and they're probably a virtual workforce and not a remote workforce, right? So it actually called out these languages and said this was not a very inclusive meeting, it's a very sexist meeting, right? So I think on the gender bit, technology, I think, can change the dialogue that we had. And the third bias that I have faced is a country bias. Because the various international forums that I go and represent, they're somehow surprised at the quality, the tenor, and the context, the confidence, whatever you want to call it, of the stuff that we're talking about. So I think that is breaking, because India is now being seen very differently, whether it's our G20 leadership, and technology has broken that. I think it started with Infosys. Quite some time ago with Mr. Murthy, and look, Paytm, everything, the technology bit has actually put us on the world map. So for me, I think as an entrepreneur, it's given me a chance to create the world's first AI. As I don't know about age, but definitely on gender and country stereotypes that I've had to fight, I think it's been very useful for me. So it's scary. Please check your privacy settings, etc. But if you're thinking you can get ahead of it, please already know that you're controlled. Yeah. So the world is controlled by Amazon, Google, and Microsoft. Yeah. Because if you look at the server configuration, it's these 3, and they have everything about you that you want. So ethics, and I'll end with that. Yes. He's getting very restless. Sorry
no,
I'm
good. I love to hear stories, so I can go on and on.
So this brings me to ethics, right? And that was his last, he had multiple questions in his statement. So, and I think we have to encourage the dialogue. And I was talking to a few of my friends at the World Economic Forum, and they were like, the countries are coming together because there is no world policy on AI. Can you believe it? We have a defense policy. We have United Nations which says in war what's going to happen. You have sanctions, but there is no global policy that defines AI and the ethics of it. So mark my words, I'll sign on a blank sheet of paper, the country that, it's not the 5G war. That's going to change, and we have had a lot of debates on that. The country that has the first mover advantage on ethics and AI policy making will be the superpower in its totality, and that is the power moves that's happening at the global level. So ethics is as important as air for us, because that's going to clearly define the boundary parameters that the rest of the world is going to operate within. So very exciting times, and make your voice heard.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I think so ethics, I think so great. Bold statements, I would say, candid statements. We have 5 minutes. I'm sure we have 5 minutes, right? 1 o'clock? Okay, thank you so much. Devina, your take on technologies, all this metaverse, AI, do you feel the bubble has burst and we see real use cases in the stories you repeat, or you just hear around the world? First you and then Romita. Yeah.
Couple of months ago, I wrote a long-form story for Mint called You're Too Old to Be Hired. So this was India Inc.'s ageism issue, and I didn't realize, but it just blew up. And I am 39 right now, and I had people who are 42 message me and said, make this next interview wherever you go your best one, okay? Because afterwards think about what you can do on your own, etc. Showing that India Inc. has a massive ageism issue. We all want that young workforce, right? And that young workforce doesn't know what it wants. So therefore there is this massive supply demand. You know, it's basic economics. We are suffering from a supply demand issue. And this is where AI comes in play. You can be 40, 50, 60, whatever your age is. You know, I bet when, those apps get banned every few quarters, most of the times the senior citizens are deleting them. Because it is not based on age at all. Right? So a similar thing the workforce can use. Second is when I'm reporting on, I also report on education. Start early. We expect India Inc. to take care of diversity, equity, inclusivity. Why? It's not an adult creche. You have to start early and break down jargons. When I say deep fake, when I say AI, when I say machine learning, are you a Python? Are you a coder? Are you what? These sounds really heavy duty words. They are not.
They are not,
Right? And this is when, if we start explaining across genders, and I say across genders, like she said, it's not binary, right? And whatever you identify yourself as, if you break it down and explain right from school, that you know what, you used a typewriter earlier, you've had the Walkman, you've had the Bluetooth, you've had computers, you've had floppy disks. Many may not have even seen all of that. Or a pen drive, these are all AI. These are all machine learning. It's not something that has suddenly come up.
It's evolved, basically.
It is. That is a second way in which you can break down the biases, right? Open it to all. Third, I keep saying this to all companies whenever we have a discussion off record is, have you all seen the kind of job roles women get in a corporate? You have representations on the board because there is a mandatory number of women required to be on the board. It is mostly the support functions. That is where, if you are upskilled in any of the latest technology, you can go and ask, okay, I was in HR, I want to get into the finance team. I want to get into the supply chain. These are the roles that will show a complete curve in your career, like an arc in your career. And this again is something which technology can help you with. And finally, one thing is like when she mentioned, how Romita mentioned how AI helped her to measure her productivity. Please take the productivity charts, go to the bosses, and don't thank them for the promotion and all, which we're quite used to. Say, this is where I stand. This is my marketing and sales numbers. This is my HR numbers. This is why I deserve the promotion and the hike. This is where it changes. You ask, you don't thank, nobody's been grateful to you, nobody's been merciful to you. You don't have to be aggressive. You are just asking with assertiveness of what you actually know and what you deserve. And there shouldn't be any thank you for that.
Yeah, I think so. Great points. Upskilling yourself, so important, right? In any job, any job you have. If you do not upskill, sorry, but the younger generation, people, you know, you have entrepreneurs who are 12 years old, 15 years old, just spinning off fintechs, right? If you're not upskilled in any role you're doing in your corporates, as she mentioned, you are going to be left out without any bias, right?
Absolutely. And also, this is not the representative of the country.
Yes, sure.
The people in the room, we are not the representatives. We haven't realized how deep technology has actually gone to workforces who are marginalized and don't even get accounted in corporate India. And they are using their mobile phones to make digital payments. Now that, I think, is the use of technology in the truest form.
Yeah. Romita, your thoughts?
I think I would just want to bring in a slightly different aspect over here of accessing these spaces, be it a metaverse, be it, you know, platforms, any of the digital platforms. A lot of the public platforms tend to be really unsafe for women. And in general, I mean, it's not just women, it tends to be unsafe for a lot of people, but women tend to bear the brunt of whatever is unsafe in there. The kind of trolling, the kind of abuse that happens on a lot of these platforms is just insane. And I was speaking to this lady, an AI evangelist recently. She's designed a lot of you know, these games like Lara Croft and Transformers and a lot of stuff. And she talks a lot about the metaverse. Her name is Kelly Vero. She made this very interesting point that, you know, when you are making these spaces, companies tend to hire designers. I mean, the entire design teams tend to be very non-inclusive in general. It's a very, they look a certain way, they come from certain backgrounds, which does not represent the people who will be using those platforms. And that is where your design flaws begin. This is you know, probably why, and the whole reason I'm bringing this up is that when you talk about metaverse and all, companies are counting on these platforms, these, you know, these spaces to drive the next level of businesses, next, you know, all of their marketing budgets and all are being designed, you know, thinking about how we can leverage all of these spaces in the future. If you can't even make Twitter a safe space for women, how are you going to make metaverse a safe space? So that is, you know, these kind of challenges can only be addressed when technology companies themselves, at their design stage itself, start bringing in more inclusivity, make it safer for people to come in. And it's not just women, again, as you know, we'd like to point out, it's not women, it's anyone who is marginalized is likely to be victimized in these spaces. So, and the moment, the whole point of making these spaces safer is also that you have a larger audience. Your consumer base increases when you make these spaces inclusive, and that is a place that, you know, everyone kind of needs to focus on for their business growth. So,
so I think so. Great points, Romita. Inclusivity and inclusive, as you mentioned, and safer place. I think so. That's very important, and the dangers of social media platform. Do we have any questions? Otherwise, I'll finish with my last one rapid fire question for all of us for one minute each. Anyone, any questions? Any comments? You want to comment? Yeah, sure.
I just wanted to congratulate Kiran on what she did. Can we have a huge round of applause?
Thank you.
Because I think it's not about the women thing, but you know, she has really, I'm thinking from an entrepreneur hat, I think what you've identified is a community that is hungry for a solution, and you've made it relatable, you know, through your technology, and hats off to you, darling. I hope you do really, really well.
Thank you so much.
From one entrepreneur to the other.
Thank you.
Do well, do well.
Okay, we'll have last question. I'll start with Kiran and come all the way to Yashasini. Before we move that, right, we are talking about how women can leverage technology for digital equality. We've come a long way, right, from doing a QR code for a 5 rupee chai ka tapri to buying a car on QR code. We have come a long way, right? I was speaking to in an Ahmedabad event to BlackBerry's global CTO. And he said, Yogesh, I was a fool in Ahmedabad carrying a cash full of peas, and everybody at the Nariyal Wala Chai Wala sir, QR code kar do. And he said, I was shocked to see India using digital payments like not even US. So that was a huge compliment for Indians. So we have come a long way, and other technologies which we are speaking about, AI, metaverse, and other things are going to be there. Please upskill yourself. If you're in that field, tech field, please upskill yourself. That's going to be the future. It's not a jargon anymore. It's a reality which you are going. Okay, I'll just end it with one question for every one of you. Kiran, starting with you. If you could highlight 2 or 3 best practices or tips on how to use technology for digital equality. This is without bias. A couple of them and I'll go all the way.
Actually, I think every woman, आजकल सोशल मीडिया पर हर कुछ अवेलेबल है. You should acquire at least one digital skill so that you can be not dependent on anyone. I mean, be it coding, be it editing, be it some web development. You should acquire one digital skill so that you can be independent. Another thing is make best use of AIs and Google search engine, because I came from tier 3 cities. वहाँ पर लड़कियाँ किस तरह से गूगल सर्च करके, किस तरह से ऑनलाइन कोर्सेज करके वो खुद को इंडिपेंडेंट बनाती है, ये भी नहीं पता है. These are the very little basic things जो कि दिल्ली, मुंबई, नोएडा, ग्रेटर नोएडा यहाँ पर रह के हम बोलते हैं कि विमेन एम्पावरमेंट is something आजकल बहुत commonly हो रहा है. But when you go to villages, my mother father belongs to village, वहाँ पर जाते हैं तो they even don't know कि हम किस तरह से इस चीज़ को achieve कर सकते हैं, किस तरह से हम ये skills को acquire कर सकते हैं. So very first and the most important, you should acquire one digital skill. You should make best use of AIs, best use of Google search engine, because बहुत ही basic है but नहीं आता. You should build, another thing is you should build a women community, क्योंकि एक women mentor बनाना is very important. Because आप कुछ भी करियर का शुरुआत कर रहे हो, you have one mentor for yourself. अगर आप वो मेंटर किसी विमेन को क्रिएट बनाओगे तो यू शुड लर्न कि उनको क्या स्ट्रगल्स आए हैं, उन्होंने क्या स्ट्रगल फेस किया है, क्या स्टीरियोटाइप ब्रेक किया है. सो ज़्यादा अच्छे से आइडिया लग पाएगा इन माय ओपिनियन. तो ये 3 चीज़ें बेसिकली, डिजिटल स्किल, another make best use of AI and Google search engine, and another thing is build a strong community around yourself.
Beautifully summarized. I'm not going to repeat. All the 3 were great. Romita, yours.
I think I would just want to add on
Yes.
to her last point, which I think is very important. Women tend to isolate themselves. In any space, whether it's at work, whether it's at home, in our social lives, we tend to isolate ourselves into little pockets. Go out there, network, promote yourself, learn from people, who are wiser than you, learn from seniors, especially women in your own job roles, in your own organizations, learn from them. I think that alone can make a huge difference, because they have been there. They know exactly the kind of struggles that you are going to face. So reach out to people, use LinkedIn, use Twitter, reach out to people and just talk to them, understand, that's the whole point of having people before you in the ecosystem. Learn from them and again, be a part of that community, create that community and pass on that knowledge, pay it forward to people who come after you.
Yeah.
So that would be the most important.
I think it's a great point. Build your community and social media like LinkedIn and others can be your thing. I always say, LinkedIn is your new visiting card, right? You give a LinkedIn profile and that's it. People know everything about you. Devina, your quick takes.
Invest in yourself. The finances that you have been talking about, the panel before, we spoke on finances, right? You're earning, not earning, you're saving. Part of that saving, invest in your own career growth. Coaches, for instance, are available, but you have to pay coaches. Mentors are available in corporates, you have to pay. Start investing in yourself. And it's like how you go and buy before an interview, a nice dress, a nice pair of shoes. You want to put your best foot forward. Similarly, today there are options in which you have training courses, and people do that. There are LinkedIn, why just LinkedIn? Any platform, right? There are CEO coaches available, and those CEO coaches also train across hierarchies. So whatever you have earned, start investing. Sure, house, car, everything. But all that will come, first you invest in your career.
Invest in your career. Great advice. Last word is on you.
No pressure, right? I have to
No
summarize.
pressure,
Let me put it that way. I think if I were to summarize, I would say celebrate you. Because AI is going to become more intelligent, it's going to become more sharper, it's going to become more invasive. Today we can't live without our cell phones, that's for sure. Everything is mobile first. If you look at a lot of software that is getting developed, a lot of UI, UX, it's always mobile first in the labs, right? So that view is here to stay. If you look at detox centers, it's drugs for sure, but then the number of digital detox centers that are mushrooming across the country, Bangalore for sure, right? So for entrepreneurs out there, open a digital detox business. I'm telling you, you will do very, very well. I mean, if I were to, I would probably take from what Devina said, which is you have to passionately protect you. That has been my learning, right? You would want to compromise, you would want to feel obligated, you will feel guilty. Somewhere the success doesn't feel you, you know, you don't own up the success. It's a mental game at the end of the day. But what I'd like to leave you with is technology is here to stay, AI is here to stay. It's only going to get more invasive. If you have to get ahead of this madness, you have to passionately protect you. And the luxury that we have today of sitting at home, opening a business, like whether it's Kiran or these bright girls, I'm sounding ageist, sorry, these women out there, just look at the luxury. 20 years ago, if you had to say, you know, I need to do export-import business, I had to go take a license. Today, sitting at home, you have the world in your hands. What more do you guys need? We're in the best of times. If not us, then who? And if not now, then when, right? So I think good times are ahead. Smile, celebrate yourself, congratulate yourself, take that time out. And look, the world has all kinds of people, so let's just celebrate us, yeah?
Yeah.
And while you're smiling and congratulating yourself, women, don't be the peacemaker. We have been trained to be the peacemaker. Little bit of adjustment, somebody else deserves that much promotion, somebody else is going through a tough time. At home, workplace, in the local train, in the metro, a bit of adjustment, please don't. Not saying don't accommodate, but there's only one person who will watch your back is you.
Yeah.
That's
great,
it.
Great.
So
Thank
please
you so
don't
much.
be peacemaker.
Thank you. So we were talking about how women can leverage technology to achieve digital equality. I will give my 4 cents. 1 cent from Kiran, digital skills. 1 cent from Romita. I'm just summarizing up. Build your community with technology tools like LinkedIn and other social media. From Devina, invest in your career using courses which are available. Put some of your money from your earnings in a career which is available, not very expensive, so use wisely. Upskill yourself. And the last one, AI is here to stay. Upskill yourself for the new technologies or the technologies of future. So thank you everyone. Thank you Kiran, Romita, Devina and Yashaswini. Huge round of applause for all of us.
And thanks Yogesh for wonderfully moderating this session and bringing out the best of the conversation that we actually had. And technology indeed is a tool that needs to be leveraged now, and there's also a sense that it's, if not now, then when. So it's time to take charge and consider possibilities, because there indeed are endless possibilities to this. And looking from that lens, the future really sounds bright and promising. Yeah. Okay. So we are really thankful that all of you are here. You shared your thoughts and opinions on this topic, and we would like to express our gratitude towards you by sharing a small memento. I would like to invite Rangapriya Gautam, Chief Marketing Officer, 3i Infotech, to do the honors.
You can come here. Yeah, yeah, we'll do that. Let's click one, yeah. If all of them are there, yeah, I think so. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Please take your seats. Yeah. Our next guest and speaker is Amrita Gangotra. She's joining us online. She's Independent Board Director, Global Strategic Advisor, 5G Digital and IT Transformation. And she's going to talk to us about building a career in technology across industries. Welcome, Amrita.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are, Amrita.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me to talk to all the participants of this great event. International Women's Day is celebrated around the world on 8th. We had Holi, and that was another, festival of India. So I think 3i is celebrating today. A lot of the discussions about having a career in technology across different industries and what needs to be taken care of as a woman was spoken about in the last panel. So while some of it may seem repetitive, what I will try to do is try to, take my example and the career I've had. I've had careers in technology, in IT, during those days. And if you see the evolution of technology, it used to be called EDP department, part of finance, then it became MIS, then it became IT, and today it's called technology or digital. So that's been the journey of technology. And when I started my career in a corporate, say 32 years ago, that time technology meant very different things than today. We spoke a lot about being visible, being, LinkedIn and all of that. All that was not present at that time. So if you had to build a career in yourself, for yourself, during that time, it meant you're part of the management trainee ladder that, that you had to go through. And you had to do a lot of things yourself, be courageous about it. Now, when you are working in an organization, a lot of things that were said before, I'd like to summarize some of them. First and foremost, take your career seriously. I mean, perform well. That is a given aspect before anything else that matters. If you're not performing well, if you're not taking your career seriously, if you're there just for the salary, it's a different thing altogether. But if you're there to build your career from the very start, then you have to be able to be good in your job. And to be good in your job, as a lot of people said, that you have to invest in yourself. A continuous learning process needs to be there. I always say that if you're in technology and the more senior and more experienced you become, the more unlearning you need to do. Because technology changes fast. And technology is very different from what it used to be 30 years ago. At that time, we didn't even have internet, really speaking. So if you don't learn what is internet, what is digital, what is AI, what is the next best technology that's coming in, you cannot make a career for yourself in technology. So continuous learning is extremely important. And when you're doing that, pursue your other interests that matter to you, as people said in the last panel. Getting out of your comfort zone is very important. And having self-confidence is very important. Every 8 to 10 years, I have changed industry. I've been in technology always, but initially I worked with Nestle, for example, which was an FMCG company. So I learned about production, manufacturing, distribution. That was the business part of it. But how technology would use could be used for solving business problems or increasing the revenue. That was the focus we had at that time. We developed in-house ERPs, a lot of coding, a lot of testing. During that time, connectivity was through VSATs or X.25. So implementing those systems, that is what we did. Then, about 10 years I spent in that company. So all that I knew about that company, all that I could implement in that company, that I did to my best of ability. I changed and switched over to an ITES company, HCL, which was an IT services company very similar to what 3i is. And therefore, learning the ropes, I came from the application background. Infrastructure was completely new to me. Data centers were completely new to me. But I became the global head for pre-sales on the infrastructure side. So actually, I was thrown into the deep end to learn the new technologies. But being confident and being able to learn fast is something that I pride myself with. So that is what I was able to do. Then after again 8-10 years of that, I got into the telecom industry. Now telecom industry in 2002 was in a very nascent stage in India. I joined Bharti Airtel and then we grew very, very fast. We were growing so fast that it was extremely difficult for the technology team and the IT team to keep pace with the growth of the number of subscribers that we were adding, on how the data centers had to go, how the infrastructure had to grow, how the distribution network and the retail network had to grow. So keeping pace with that was always something that we were learning through. I was building a team for myself. We did a lot of innovative outsourcing. So those are different initiatives that we took, and we took it to the end. Now, while doing that, a few things that I learned was when you're in an organization, being connected and networking is very important. That is given. There is a lot of politics. Women don't like politics, but you have to be able to find people who know the organization, find mentors and coaches who can tell you how to work through. Performance is given, but that is not the only thing. To go up the ladder, you would have to know how the organization works, because an appraisal for two people who are performing the same, the difference that it makes is how well you are known. Because when you're sitting in an appraisal, when your bosses sit in an appraisal table, around the table, you are not appraised by only your boss. You're appraised by your boss's peers also, which means that if you have not had visibility with somebody in, let's say, who's the head of customer care, or who's the head of marketing, or who's the CEO, etc., they're not going to know about you. If they don't know about you, even if you're performing well, somebody who is known and visible in the and building your own brand is extremely important. Being connected is also extremely important. So these are some things I would say that do not be afraid of being thrown on the deep end as far as technology is concerned. Again, when I joined telecom, for example, I had no clue what a CDR meant, what a call detailed record meant, that is a CDR, how you did the processing, how you did the various technologies to implement, the infrastructure that was required, because we were acquiring at one point of time in 2006, 10 million customers a month. You can well imagine, to provision their SIM, to get them activated, to help them through any call that comes into the call center, all that infrastructure and technology that we had to deploy, how much new knowledge I had to gather to be able to, work with the team to deliver all of this. So that was something that I did in the corporate world. But then 4 years ago, I became an entrepreneur. And then I'm using the knowledge of my technology to work across different industries to help and strategize on their business growth, on the cost efficiencies and other aspects. So keeping the business in mind, but working on the technology is something that you would like. Lastly, I'd like to close, because we are running out of time, and we are actually, I think I'm between you and the lunch, or just, the next session. So while all of this is happening, building a support system around you and at home is extremely important. having a technology-based career means a 24/7 type of, you have to give. So for example, when I was the IT head, when you are doing operations, if there's a severity 1, you have to attend to it, which means it could be happening at night, or you are going through a disaster recovery, which will again happen at night. So you have to be able to deal that. Now, unless you're able to build a support system within your home, from people who are supporting you, whether your husband, your in-laws, your parents, or even the maids and housekeepers that you keep, ensure that you get them at quality, and maybe getting them a little educated would really help in taking care of your children and your kitchen. So that is something that you must keep in mind. Like, that is in a way, investing in self. Like the previous panelist said, that invest in yourself, pay for a mentor, pay for coach, and so on and so forth. Similarly, I would say don't neglect the fact that the things that you need to do at home that worry you or that create guilt for you, pay for that and find ways to be able to, create enough time for yourself to learn and to deliver into the organization. I'll be happy to take any questions if you have, because I was just trying to summarize all that you heard in the last session, explain through some of my experience that I've had. I have moved countries also. I worked in Europe. I have moved when my husband has his own business over here. But I took the decision to move abroad to the UK on my own so that I could build on my career. So taking your career seriously, working through different industries does give you the upliftment that is required to take your career to a CXO level. Any questions? I'll be happy to take that, or we can close.
Do we have any questions for her? Any questions for Amrita? All right, thanks Amrita. We don't have any questions at this point in time, but yes, your last few minutes have been really enriching for us, and it's basically a shift of mindset, looking at things from a different angle. So thank you so much for joining us, Amrita. And now moving on to the next segment. Since last 1 month, 3i Infotech has been running a campaign. In fact, it's a journey that we've all undertaken together in the last 1 month. And I would like Suraj to take us through that journey, walk us through that journey.
Right. So I'm pretty sure that everyone is eagerly waiting for this part. As you're aware, the online campaign was to garner inspiring stories, which started early towards the February. We are grateful to all our catalysts whose entries we receive from influencers across the diverse walks of life, who you can view on our Insta page as well, including 2 octogenarians who are thrilled to be a part of the digital saga. We also have entries from our NuWE Park, which is Center of Excellence, interns, BPO employees, teams from across the globe, company staff, as well as, departments, and most importantly, close to 100+ videos, brilliant entries that we have received together through the social media. That deserves a round of applause to all of you. And it was definitely a very tough call, right? Because the stories were truly amazing and inspiring at the same time. There were a 3-layered editorial desk and jury who kind of tried to narrow it down to 5 final entries and the winners. We were happy to add a young entrepreneur, Bindya Uputuri, and we'll definitely get to know more about them just shortly now. So,
yeah, so that indeed sounds amazing, Suraj, and I can't wait to meet the winners of this contest, of this camping. So let's have them on stage. We have Mamta Narula with us. Mamta?
Yeah, she's coming.
Yeah. Nitika Sharma. Priya Singh and Mahashweta Mohapatra. Welcome. I would also like to invite Mr. Nelson Fernandez. He's Vice President and Global Head Sales Excellence, in order to facilitate the conversation between our winners. Yeah. Please take a seat. And while we start this conversation, I'm ready with my piece of paper because I'm sure some more stereotypes are going to get broken and I'm going to make note of that. And please, you also continue making notes of that. Thank you. Over to you, Nelson.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm sure I'm your biggest enemy right now, standing straight between you and lunch.
Hello. Check. Yeah. Is the voice?
What an exciting moment and what a fantastic part of having to celebrate our winners. I mean, phenomenal to have you all on stage with us and to celebrate this wonderful moment. So I think without any further ado, we're going to hear from them very, very briefly, a little bit about themselves. So I guess, Mamta, we will probably start with yourself. Why don't, I'll keep it very brief. Why don't we kind of hear from you about your journey which got you to this stage?
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Actually, I am audible without mic also because I am a teacher. And normally, so many people say that, Mamta, you don't need a mic. But still, I think my audio is okay. Or should I go without mic?
No.
Okay. Okay. So to tell you, I am a commerce teacher teaching accountancy and business studies subject in one of the renowned school in Delhi, Delhi Public School. And my teaching subjects are accountancy and business studies. But I want to tell you that although I'm talking about finance, money, banking, insurance to my students, these are the topics which I normally teach in class 11th and 12th. But for a long period, who was managing my money matters is my husband. So although the theoretical, I know what are shares, what is SIP, everything, but when it comes to money matter, like all other women, I was leaving it to my male counterpart. But then I come across one training by SEBI, that is Securities and Exchange Board of India, where you are trained to become a financial resource person. So thankfully, I was interviewed for that, selected, and I got that training. And after that, there was no looking back. I started to manage my own finances also. And at the same time, I've been given a responsibility for taking workshops to spread financial literacy. So these workshops are taken for various segments, like for middle income group people, for young investors, for retired personnel. And during this journey, I have found out that the main target where I should focus is females. And with the data which I was exposed to and the other things which I noticed that females are really not at all financial literate. Although in the morning I was listening to sessions that financial literacy level is very high. Maybe in this room it is high, but to tell you the reality, the financial literacy level of female is really low. Even if you talk of colleagues which are there in my school, all of their finance matters, how they are filing their income tax returns, what is the breakup of their salary, even they are not aware of this. It is managed by either the CAs or their brothers, fathers or sister. So I take an initiative where I specifically focused on training of women. So I took a lot of workshops for housewives, then the female colleagues which are there in school, and also for these lower income group people like maid and ayahs. And it was an exciting journey, and I'm still into this, although I'm not taking training anymore because of my educational commitment. Now I am into some administrative post also in my school. So I am still running a Facebook page, and I'm sharing articles, and wherever possible, like somebody in the morning session said that you should talk to your friends about financial matters and help them out in case they are not aware of that. So I'm doing that bit, and I think I'll continue to do that. Thank you.
That's wonderful, Mamta. And with that, quickly, lunch. Okay. Nitika, I think I want to straight hit the nail and ask you, have you ever faced any challenge? Have you ever been challenged, whether in the family or in the society at large? Did you ever feel that bias?
So, first of all, thank you for the question and thank you for being attentive here. So, I've never faced bias as such. I'm very thankful to my parents. They never imposed their decisions on me. They let me make my own decisions. Taking commerce in 11, taking maths, going for BCom honors, choosing my company, becoming financially independent. They never, imposed their decision on me. And they come from a very simple background. But the power, the platform that they gave to me is so much precious to me, so much valuable to me. So firstly, I just really want to thank my parents for giving me a platform where I can actually dream of, going places and helping people. So, but yes, there are certain biases that may come, right? First of all, women can't do business. This is the biggest bias that I have seen. So, I'll just briefly talk about my background. So, I have been, part of a girls' school only. Then I joined Janki Devi Memorial College. It's again an all-girls college. So, what's the perception about girls' college has been? Oh, it's a girls' college. Girls just go there and study, that's it, right? But no, we changed that conception there. We wanted the students, to dream and do something and just go forward with it. So what happened? COVID happened and everything was put under lockdown and we had so much free time on our hands. And I wanted to create some impact. No matter, it has to be small, but I wanted something that, will create an impact, even if just was one person. So, ऐसे कहते हैं ना, if you're looking for opportunities, universe just give it to you. So I was in my second year of college when our principal ma'am, and my principal ma'am, Professor Swati Pal, she's one amazing, inspiring lady. She's really awesome. So she said that there are so many female students, baking cakes, creating some artwork. Why not make a platform for them? And it gave me so much energy and, the motive, okay, that I can start this. But then when we get into the research, we found that there were so many students in our college who were good at so many things, but they did not have that, education or the resources to do that business. Me being a commerce student, I have been learning all about business and things since 11th class, and I thought it's pretty normal that I know it's stuff that everyone knows. But when I get into the research and listen from people, it was not the case. They did not know what is startup, how they do start their business, how they can do Instagram, and everything like that. So what we came up with was Project Anupam. You can see my team in here. So Project Anupam is really close to my heart. I have spent like 1.5 years building it from scratch. Project Anupam is an initiative that, brings both people who have started their business and people who want to start their business under one platform. We call them creators. Doesn't matter if they create cakes, doesn't matter if they create social media posts, they are our creators. So we have two verticals, Creator Nursery and Creator Gallery. Creator Nursery, as the name suggests, nursery is like when you put your plants and they, receive the basic care until they are ready to go in the wild. So nursery is like that. We all, organize sessions with female entrepreneurs, training like more than like 200, 300 students. And these students were dedicated students, not like, chalo, ho raha hai, kuch dekh leta. No, they were actually interested in starting something of their own. And in the second part of the project, it was a creator gallery where we showcased their products. And there were a lot of challenges because I don't know how to code, and my college being more focused on arts of the, arts and commerce, girls also didn't know how to code. So even if I made an online platform, So challenge was, if I left college, who will handle that? So what we did, my team, there's people in purple clothes. They are my Project Anupam coordinators now, and the girl on my right, Palvi, she's leading the project now. So we researched on no-code tools and created this whole, platform with no-code tools, combining Google Forms, Google Sheets, WhatsApp, so that we could, bring an impact. So I will not go more into the process, but I'll rather talk about the results. So recently, we did an offline exhibition of products. In our first exhibition, we generated about 30,000 in 5 days, but the average ticket size of product was 100 to 200. So we had volume sales, right? But recently, when I visited my college, I got to know that during the annual fest, the project generated 60,000 rupees in just 3 days with 10 plus creators who are students of our college only. And many of them did their first sales. So students, after making sales in our project, they started their own business, taking it seriously. So, and the people were like, this is, one best thing that happened to us. So it brings so much happiness, but even if you're out of college, there is something going on and, helping people to bring out the best. And just a bonus, I'll not take more than 30 seconds here. So when I was researching more on Project Anupam, I gained so much knowledge in e-commerce, website, how does it work. So we all say, knowledge kabhi waste nahi jati. Whatever you learn, it comes helpful. So in last year, in August, I participated in the world's biggest business studies challenge. Can you please show the next slide? So this is Tetrix challenge. It's world's biggest business studies challenge. Whatever I learned in Project Anupam, it helped me to crack this competition, and I made it to the top 18 out of 130,000 participants across the world. And the biggest bias that I broke from this competition was that when I went in the visa office to get my visa from Brazil, right, all were males in there. I was the only female waiting for my visa. So it's again a bias that visas, पापा ले आएंगे, भाई ले आएगा, मैं नहीं कर सकती, ऐसे. So I broke that bias. So yeah, it is again a story for another day. Passing on to the next person.
I am so proud of you, Nitika, of what you are doing today, and it brought so many wild memories back in my days also. So really, really proud of you, what you're doing. And similar to her, even
Can I remind about lunch?
I know, Nelson, you're the most hungriest person on the panel.
This lady is on a spree, I'm telling you guys. I was having a chat with her informally before we could come on the stage, and she was telling me about how she's been rapidly collecting awards. And this week alone, she's collected, this is the 3rd award, I think.
Yeah. Universe has been, gratitude to the universe.
Wonderful.
Alhamdulillah, shukran habibi. So with that, I start from where I come. I am no different. I'm just a commerce person, just like you two. Okay? I'm no differently coded. I'm a human. I'm not a bot. So, I hail from Kharghar, basically. I am an alumni of Institute of Technology and Management. So that comes, I'm a PGDM in financial markets. I learned to trade and stock in finance just to make my father proud, which was not my main motto because my father is a CA LLB. So just like, Pratishtha and all that, Bollywood thing. So, and on technology, I have done my certificate in Big Data and Hadoop, which was a pilot certification during my batch by, again, Kalpana Kumaran, empowered by a woman. Okay. On 4th of March, they felicitated me with the Women Achievers Award, Prerna 3.0, Kharghar. And on 11th, I got a similar award with the Nyan Sagar Institute of Management and Research, again a Women Achievers Award. And I land up in NuWE, which turns out to be a third and a complete surprise. And thank you so much for this opportunity. I have done my digital marketing from Google. I'm a solopreneur. I'm a certified practitioner in skin and hair. I report to the Emirates Medical Council, Dubai. Again, this thing came in as a surprise during the COVID. I landed up being the 5th Indian on a non-Muslim 5th Indian among a patriarchal community, Arabic community in Emirates. And I have been so far sponsored by Novartis, Cipla and Biogen in all my formula and my studies so far. I am a triple diploma in aromatherapist from the US, and I have done my cosmetology in Ayurveda. Again, empowered by Dr. Sapna Masal, Nasik. And with this, I'm a CEO and founder of my own company, which is Mflick Soapworks. I would like to say how I landed in CME and my thing. My team consists of, we are 4 females and 1 male. The male is a CTO, obviously. No coders at all, because my fellows are into clinical research, R&D, homeopathic gold medalists. We all are females. We are 4 strong females with 1 male who's the coding and CTO and training, and he's sitting in Kalyan right now, screwing me hard. And with this, I proudly come from the land of Savitribai Phule, Pune University, who is the pioneer of women education in India. Thank you so much.
Priya is a avid adventurer, and she likes to do a lot of trekking. I'm a little jealous of you because I've done 9, you have done 10. So need to catch up with you, Priya. You want to share a little bit about yourself?
Yes. Hello, everyone. Well, before beginning, I would like to say a few lines written by me on Women's Day. So to each and every woman out there, believe you are a source of happiness to every existence, a vibe that can never fade. Believe you are an epitome of love, an ocean of affection. Believe you are an immortal being who will reside in hearts forever. Believe you are a magnificent creation. Believe you are a flying freedom, as free as air, and accept you are a woman, and that's the most beautiful and amazing thing ever happened. Thank you. Thank you. So my story goes like, I go and give lectures, and I provide the awareness for menstrual health and hygiene for women in remote areas. So I provide sanitary pads to them, and it's my aim and mission to start my organization and my project that no more shame with period blood. So I want to create this awareness among women in remote villages and areas that they should not shame and they should not be silent about it, that they should use this sanitary pad. It's not a shame to use because they are not aware, they don't know about it. So I want to create thousands, so I want to conduct thousands of these lectures and seminars for them so that they should be aware about menstrual health and hygiene. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya. Priya, I mean, it looks like by the Priya, for the Priya, with the Priya. I mean, there's so many Priyas we have in the room today with us. It's quite incidental, right? Mamta, you want to share anything interesting in your lifetime that you would like to share with the audiences?
Okay, yeah, like before that I want to tell you that I was talking about female financial literacy, but I think it is very important that financial literacy should be taught in school also. Like if you talk of foreign countries, it is a part of their school curriculum, but unfortunately in India, it is not taught. And I have read one interesting thing. Would you learn a driving when you are put on a driving seat? So normally this is what is happening in our country. Everybody is learning financial literacy when they start earning. But I think financial literacy should be taught at school level. From my side, what I have started is that I have started a financial literacy project in my school where we are talking about budgeting, investing, mutual fund, SIPs, and we do play, if you have heard of, there are games called as mock stock, where we give a fictitious money to students and they have to invest in companies, and after every round they have to check their portfolio, whether their portfolio have increased or decreased. So we do plan such activities so that students learn these financial matters. And if you have seen Shark Tank India, how many of you have seen Shark Tank India? So we have been running such type of things in our school also, where students, they work in a group, they pitch in an idea. They also tell that from where they will arrange a finance and how do they market their product. So we are conducting all such activities in school, and this project is replicable, and I have shared it with other teachers also. And do you agree that financial matters is not only related to commerce students? I think it is applicable to everyone. So a lot of schools, they have replicated and they have made it as a part of their project-based learning, which is according to our new educational policy, that we should go beyond what is there in books and do something real or do something which is actually going to help them in their life. So this is which I'm doing and concentrating right now. And regarding interesting things, how many of you have watched a movie called as One Idiot? Have you seen a movie, Three Idiots? Raise hand. One Idiot? Okay, so I would advise, do check this documentary, half-an-hour documentary, and show it to your kids. They will actually, it will transform the way they are spending money. So it's an interesting movie. You can show it to your students, or if you have your kids at home or your niece or any relative of student age. And then do check on YouTube. There is a social experiment which was done, and it was The Divide. Anyone who has seen this social experiment? Do check it on YouTube. It will actually show you that whatever we were talking about, that financial literacy level was high in this room. But if you talk of in general, financial literacy levels are really low. Do check that experiment on YouTube. It is by Paytm, and it is The Divide. You will still see there are a lot of financial matters which are not taken care by the females. Only males are in front stage, and they are not taking care of this. So these are the two things which I would like you to see and reflect. Thank you.
Thanks, Mamta. Quickly, before we break for lunch, I want to ask all three of you, what prompted you to participate in this contest? What prompted you to really, what triggered you to participate in this contest?
So, I'll be honest, Instagram. Okay. Instagram ads, it keeps showing me Tetrix happened because of Instagram ads, and this again happened because of Instagram ads. So don't delete it. It's not a waste of time. So, yes, so Instagram ads, but then again, it was this only. I wanted to just share about this initiative, this beautiful initiative. Do check it out on Instagram. Thank you.
For me, it was LinkedIn because, again, I put up, because I'm hiring, I'm interning my alumni this year. They're going to pass out soon. So I'm rolling out summer internships. So this thing popped up in my LinkedIn. So that's how it was. And I just wanted to put my story across that we start somewhere. And that somewhere is not the same for everything. So I wanted to put my story. Yeah.
Well, वो खुद राह चुनते हैं आसमानों की, परिंदों को नहीं दी जाती तालीम उड़ानों की, और जो रखते हैं हौसला आसमान छूने का, उन्हें नहीं परवाह होती गिर जाने की. तो मैंने ये देखा इंस्टाग्राम में, this is a beautiful contest and a beautiful opportunity. So I was really willing to join this initiative and be a part of this biggest project, and I am really happy to be a part of this 3i Infotech, giving me the opportunity to share my story. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks to all of you. Is there any last words you want to share with the audiences, or we can wrap up?
Let's have lunch.
Good. That's a good one. Yeah. Thank you so much for being with us today. And it's unfortunate we have to kind of crunch this a little bit because we've kind of gone overboard. So, but again, thank you very much, guys, for being with us. Yeah.
Am I audible now? Yeah. So Nelson, thank you so much for driving this interesting conversation between our winners, and it actually gave us a slightly deeper insight and view on how their lives have been, what kind of struggles they went through, and how they actually challenged the challenges that they faced in their lives. So thank you so much for that, and we're really thankful that you that you trusted us and you trusted in our process of this digital campaign, and you submitted your entry. So thank you so much on behalf of 3i Infotech. Now I would like to call upon stage two people, Ms. Varika Rastogi. She's the company secretary and head of legal for 3i Infotech. And Mr. Ajay Kumar, he's the head of BPO business at 3i Infotech. To present as a mark of gratitude, to present mementos to our winners. Yeah. Suraj. Thank you, everyone. And we have one interesting last segment. Suraj will talk about it.
Those are wondering if it's over yet, but it's not. Like we say, na picture abhi baki hai. So there is a special recognition amongst us, and that goes to a special person, Miss Anshita Agrawal. I'll request you to please join us. So there have been a lot of entries, right? So yes, Anshita has also shared her point of view, and also something that she would like to share with all of you as a message, right?
Hello.
Hello everyone, I'm Anshita Agrawal and I just got promoted to 10th grade. So today is a very exciting event for all of us, but it sure does come with a bit of stress, right? So I have a few optical images over here. If you could put that on the screen. So what can you see first in this image? So we have gotten a few different answers. Well, if you saw the apple first, then that's great news. It must mean that you have a good and happy mood right now, and you might be enlightening the mood of others also. But if you saw the two faces first, then that means that you might be going through a rough patch in life and may not being the best right now. So as you can see, all of these optical illusions are used by clinics and psychiatrists, but they're only 30% accurate. Moreover, a lot of people are not comfortable sharing their entire stories in front of a complete stranger. So to tackle these problems, we have come up with our website, Mental Wellness. Mental Wellness is basically a companion who supports you from the start of a journey, which is the diagnosis process, to the end, which is the healing. So if you can put the website on. Yes, as you can see, if you put on the login page, you can log in into your account and get personalized information. And then, this is the login page. Then we have the depression page. So a lot of people just use depression as a slang nowadays. They keep on saying, they use it as synonym for sadness, like saying, I feel so depressed right now. But we don't understand the actual importance and actual meaning of depression. So to make sure users do not jump to any conclusions beforehand, we have provided them with all the verified information about the types of depression, the causes, the symptoms, the treatments, etc. The next page we have is our AI voice recognition page, which is one of my personal favorites. So if you scroll to the complete end of the page. Yes. So basically, this uses AI technology, something known as voice sentiment analysis. I think most of you would be aware of this. So it takes in your tone, your voice, your pitch, the frequency of how many times you say a certain word, and then it comes to a conclusion on how depressed you are. So this is a technology that is being made by scientists and tech professionals right now. But once we do get a hold of this, it can change a lot of lives, because this is 3 times more accurate than any clinical diagnosis. And you can diagnose yourself anytime, anywhere with just a click of a button. The next page we have is our tracking progress. So now that you have diagnosed yourself, you need to keep in check and track how your mental health is. So after filling a form every week, you will be given a chart made comparing your weekly progress and also giving you status, tips, and your improvements. The next page we have is our community page. This is something that I take a lot of pride in, because depression, one of the main causes of depression is loneliness. And by creating a safe space, we let users share their emotions and write about their stories and what they feel anonymously. And they can also read other stories and comment and even give them suggestions on how they can improve it. Last but not least is our last page, which is the clinics and psychiatrics page. So those who are actually fortunate enough to afford further treatment using clinics, we have suggested them the best rated clinics near them based on their current location. So in totality, this was my website who acts as your best friend through your difficult journey. Right now, it's currently based on depression, but we aim to expand it more. This website won't judge you for who you are and how you feel. It will always be with you and act as your companion. If whenever your brain thinks that there's only darkness, there's always this little ray of hope, and we mental wellness aim to be that ray of hope. This started as a very small school project but turned into a strong passion for me, because I've seen that mental health is considered as a taboo or a stigma, especially in India. People live in denial and don't want to accept that they might be going through something, and also they don't understand the importance of mental health, and it's often overshadowed by physical health, even though both of them are equally important. So I aim to make this bigger and better, and I want to spread more awareness on mental health all around the world amongst our society. And I would like to connect people from all parts of the world and providing them with facilities to get the best they can to maintain and improve their mental health. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. That's all for you. Ansusha, can you wait back. So guys, frankly, not out of gender bias or age bias, I've just actually felt, wow. Well, a lot of times people even our age might not be aware about those things, but so it's a very great thing to have that kind of insight and clarity and understanding towards these topics. So I'd like to first of all personally congratulate you for that, and we also would like to present a memento as a token of appreciation from Mr. Rishi Agrawal. So Rishi Agrawal is the global delivery head for AAA and the proud father of Anshita. Thank you, thank you. Thanks a lot, thank you so much, and thank you everyone for participating throughout. We are actually moving towards the closing note, but before that, there was one thing, if you remember, we spoke about some exercise, some activity to be done while the panel discussions are going on. Though we won't be able to do the actual activity which I had planned, it was a fun kind of a thing. But it's very important that we close what we started, right? If you can take the sheet of paper, quickly take 15 seconds if you have not written yet whatever observations you had with regards to any kind of stereotype you have experienced, or you might have knowingly or unknowingly stereotyped someone else. You just have to write down those, those words that, make you resonate with those kind of a feeling. The step 2 here would be to go back, just read through it, the kind of stereotypes that you have written. So in terms of timeline, where do you feel does it take you back? Is it near your childhood? Is it later while you're growing up? What time in your journey you have experienced this kind of a stereotype? Right? So there's a very wonderful experiment that was created by a duo. They were brothers, and this was presented in a TEDx talk. So they did a research for children between 5 to 7 years of age, and something very interesting they found over there, that children at that age didn't have any kind of bias towards gender or any other kind of biases. So what does it tell us, right? It's something which is coming from outside. If you remember the example which Ashika shared, right? Her niece. So this is something which is, they're getting from the outside. It's being embedded on their mind. So what is that we can do to avoid these things? At least the little children which are there in our, in our family, surrounding, in our community, to avoid any kind of bias that we are putting on them, right? They're learning from us, right? From their ripe age, they start absorbing everything which is thrown on them. They are not born with that kind of programming. So at least one thing that we can do is to avoid, reflecting or shadowing our biases towards them. With that, if you feel that, the labels, the bias that you have written down does not stand true for you, or you want to throw it away from your life, just tear that paper off and throw it. I need to hear that crisp sound of the papers being torn. You can leave the gender bit away, it's your choice whether you want to tear it or not, but the remaining portion, because this is very important that it physically gets embodied, that we are getting rid of all kind of bias or the words which are associated with it. So that kind of awareness. So thank you so much. I can hear those sound, and that, thanks a lot. A round of applause, yes, for all of you. Thank you so much for participating in that. And now I would like to call upon Ms. Rangapriya to kind of take us through the closing note. No problem.
I just wanted to, before I propose a vote of thanks, I just want to take this opportunity to thank each one of you who've come here to make this event more memorable and lively today. But before that, I'm going to felicitate all those people behind the stage and then do my vote of thanks. I'm going to quickly call Ashika. I'm going to call Sanjay Rawa, if we can request him to do the honors. Sanjay, I'm going to call out the names and we will be giving away the mementos. So I'll request Ashika first. A huge round of applause for taking this on herself to be here. Rucha. Pragyan from Ogilvy. Come, Rucha. Come here. Pragyan. Suraj. Nelson. Ajay Tomar. Samit Patil. Ajay from Ogilvy again. There are too many Priyas and too many Ajays today. I also want to recognize Shilpa for being the pillar of support, and throughout this entire journey of what we try to do, she's been there. Chetna. Thank you. Thank you, Sanjay. So I think I'm between the lunch, so I'm just going to use that. Hello, and to a very glittering star in the brilliant NuWE 2023 galaxy. I'm truly honored to stand before all of you to express my immense thanks and gratitude to all those who made it to this grand event and grand success one. One thing I wanted to mention is we at 3i Infotech aim to empower women through NuWE, and which was not something that we created today, but a year and a half back, when we wanted to proclaim ourselves the new we as an inclusive we and women who are empowered. So that's when it started. So it's a continuous journey, and we will be doing this together. Apart from that, I being on the helm, few things we did to change the way we work at 3i. And one was that, to me, an inclusive company. We have hired women back to work, moms back to work. We've hired women at all rank and file. Now that's from the human resources side. Apart from that, we also did something called the NuWE University, where we train these women to come upgrade their skills, and they're on the job. So which means we're talking about 3 months of reskilling and upskilling to be relevant. So whatever we spoke today really resonated. Every word and every person who spoke here really resonated with what we are already doing and we want to continue to do. And today the women and the panelists who had come here are going to help us achieve this in whatever way that they can. This year, through our online contests and powerful panels and offline events, we aim to celebrate stories, provide mentorship, create a platform for discussion and collaboration. And I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to Mr. Thompson P. Gnanam, MD and Global CEO of 3i Infotech, for really helping us put together this event. And he said the day go, when we came out with a plan with the Ogilvy and the team, they said, go ahead, there's no looking back. And that's the kind of leadership we want today, who can support what we're trying to do. My thanks to our non-executive director, Dr. Aruna Sharma, who again willingly wanted to be here, but unfortunately she's traveling on 15th out of country, so she came online. And all the panelists who came for putting together the financially independent and intelligent women, myth, mystery, and mandate. My thanks to Priya Ranjit, my friend, Meera Isaac, Shreya Kapoor, Priya, and Jasmine Gorimar. I think I'm pronouncing it wrong, and Ruhail Amin for chairing it very well. I also would like to thank How Women Can Leverage Technology panel. Most of them have left, but since I want to put it on record that I thanked all of them. A special congratulations to NuWE 2023 winners, and thank you all for sharing your experience with us and coming from far and beyond, and I'm really appreciating that. I also would like to thank Amrita Gangotra. She's our industry advisor, 3i Infotech, for helping for her inspiring address. And Isha Farah Qureshi, I think we wanted her to speak on Metaverse. The lady is making waves in Metaverse, and thanks for her to be here. Extend my sincere appreciation to the cross-functional teams who organized this incredible event. My thanks goes to Ogilvy team, Ajay and Pragyan, for spearheading this campaign. Uma for the continuous support, she's not here with us. From the word go, we had Vipin, Uma, Ayush, Usha, Indu, Rucha, Sandeep, all of these team members who continuously helped me put together this event. And most importantly, I would like to thank our esteemed guests and the leadership team who've made it convenient for them to be here and join us today to mark the celebration. And we all meet again, online, offline, as we continue our year-long celebration. Thank you all very much. If I missed any names, it's not intentional, but it is just that memory is lagging because of my age. Thank you very much. And welcome you all for the lunch now.
So Priya, there's, yeah, please. So to acknowledge all the effort that was put for you thanking us, so thanking you back. So there's a flower bouquet that we'd like to share. Harish, if you can please join us on the stage. Yeah. Yes. Yes, it's time now. The food is warm and waiting for all of you. Thank you so much for joining. Enjoy your food, guys, folks, everyone. Thank you.